1, 2. Mary had a little lamb. Hi.
Alrighty. Let's kick this up. Okay, 3, 2, 1. Welcome to Soul Brothers, Solana's finest podcast, together with my co-host Eno and myself, Simon, where it is our job to throw you into the Solana rabbit hole and show you around in our exciting ecosystem.
Our mission is to take you on the latest and greatest so that you never run out of fun things to talk about. Simon, where the fuck are we?
We're locked in at BREAKPOINT 2025 in Abu fucking Dhabi.
Yes.
So we're definitely having a good time here.
Very cool signage, BP 25.
Hell yeah. And if you're in the live stream right now, then, well, you can stick around. We're going to be live streaming all day long today, but we're also doing the usual show. So we're going to dive into markets, charts, and prices to begin with. We're going to look at the Salami chart. We're going to do a quick analysis of the current situation where we are when it comes to Solana, but then we're going to zoom out again. And we're going to talk about what the heck is happening at BREAKPOINT.
Yes.
And we're going to ship a nice episode that's going to cover all the nice things that are happening here on site. And we're going to ship a bunch of interviews as well. You know, we have we have probably 5, 6, 7 people in our schedule right now.
Yes.
That are lined up for interviews today.
Yeah, you're getting about 6 hours of Soul Brother content right over at BREAKPOINT. Of course, we have a wonderful crew with us over here. Really excited and pleased that we have some real live Emiratis with us to make sure that we're doing this properly. We will represent the country very well, gentlemen. I promise you. Simon, you ready to talk about these charts?
Let's do it.
Yeah.
Let's do it. Let's dive into the action, what the charts are telling us. So, you know, right now, Solana did quite a, I mean, actually, we're just ranging, okay? Since probably beginning of November, we're between $150, $145. We didn't go $150, $145, and we went down to 120. But we're just ranging, literally since 1 month, 4 weeks without any action. It is honestly a bit boring in the charts. You can swing trade, you can catch the waves here. But we're right now, the market doesn't know what the fuck it's doing. And there's two viable scenarios right now that I see on the charts where we could head next. Okay, and I'm going to try to lay this out for you guys here to explain a little bit the two paths that I see right now on the chart. Right now on my chart, we have only one. If you're watching this on YouTube, you'll see the visual as well. There's only one scenario right now that I'm tracking, which is the upside scenario. That's more clear to me, which is a 1-2 setup that started on the 20th of November. We did a impulse to the upside. We did a retrace to the downside. And right now we're in this third wave to the upside, which is going in a diagonal pattern. So it's an ABC structure, not a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And right now we're in the B wave to the downside. And we're at a critical point. We're at $120, $130 right now as of time of recording. And we need to hold this level actually if we want to go up in a C wave to the third wave, which would be bullish. Okay, so if we see over breakpoint, if we're going to see $140, $150, if we're going to crash this level in the next 2 days, then this bullish scenario becomes more viable. And I think we're going to see either one more high and then we go down, or we'll see one more high and then we keep moving up. Okay, right? So because the larger wave 4 is still also a viable scenario here, where we right now did a third wave low in the macro count, and then we're going to retrace in the fourth wave to the 150-ish level, almost up to 200 is possible. But then we would see one more leg down, one more crash, basically. So this is a viable scenario right now. This fourth wave could play out to the upside, either directly in an ABC now, or from where we are right now, we're going to crash to the 120, and we'll see a level down. So I don't know, how possible it is that we will see announcements here at Breakpoint that will move this chart, right? Because it is a multi-billion-dollar asset, Solana. It is difficult to move that thing, but if there's like tremendously bullish news that are being announced here from the Solana team itself, it can move.
Yeah, I mean, prices are all a function of attention, and the more positive attention and more bullish news that you have about your chain, that not only excites you but also excites other prospective buyers, then obviously we'll see a pump, ladies and gentlemen. Not financial advice, but we could. We could see a pump.
We could see a pump.
We could see a pump. Yeah.
The chart is telling me right now that we could see a pump, which would be the C wave here to the upside and this third impulse to the upside. But I can also live here with you guys layer on an alternative scenario here, which is that we did 1 to the downside, 2 retracement in the past couple of days, and right now we're in a third wave to the downside, which could bring us below $120, basically, right? So that is the direct bearish case, which is also right now possible, the red scenario here. And that would, so either, to loop you in here, so either we're going to go here 1, 2, and now 3, 4, 5, and then we complete this fifth wave. And this larger fourth wave here is already finished, right, from this level here, which is also possible. That would be a very shallow fourth wave, but possible. Or Eno's prediction becomes true, and we're going to see some good news here at Breakpoint. And we're going to see this scenario 1, 2 play out, and then 3, 4, 5, right? So it really depends. There is a case to be made right now to go long, right? From the position where we're in right now. It is a gamble, though. You would have to definitely put a stop loss, because if we break through $122, chances become very much higher. That we'll see another low, and probably better entry for long, right? So I would be either very careful right now and do nothing. It's probably the best option. Again, no financial advice here, but if you want to trade this scenario in the short term right now, then definitely set your stop loss if you're bullish from this level, or maybe you favor the other direction, which is the downside. In my opinion, has less than 50% probably right now, but also possible. So it is messy right now. Unfortunately, we can't give you very clear details what the charts are really doing here. But it also is a result of what's happening in the macro landscape, actually, because this week we had Fed rate cuts. The Fed cut rates by 25 basis points. Surprisingly, not, because we all expected this already. So 25 basis point rate cut was predicted already. I think this will go further down in the next year. Okay, that is the prediction as well. And our inflation is right now fairly sticky at 3% for US. Then the payroll data, which is jobs data as well, came in late, or it's not coming in. It's coming in late this month again because of shutdowns. It's going to come on the 16th of December. But the data we saw this week already that we got was pretty bearish when it comes to job market. It's the weakest private new private jobs are the lowest right now since 10 years.
Okay.
More than 10 years. Which is also, labor market, it's cooling down.
Yeah.
It's not really super bullish. So you have this problem right now that usually the Fed needs to solve both these things: inflation, get it down to 2%, and job data, have better job market.
Yeah.
Right now, both KPIs are kind of bad.
Yeah.
Inflation is going up, job market's weak. So the Fed needs to now decide, okay, what's more important? Are we gonna, quantitative ease, and are we gonna cut further rates to improve the job data and the economy?
Yeah.
Or are we gonna keep the inflation down?
Right.
And target a low inflation, and that would mean we keep the rates higher.
Right.
And I'm definitely favoring the first scenario.
Yeah.
In terms of what's more realistic, I do think that inflation might even rise to 4% or something in the next couple of months, which is definitely not super good, but it would give us a risk on rally for growth stocks and crypto assets. So next year, 2026, could look fairly well. And before we start live streaming, you already pointed out our fellow friend Raul Powell from Real Vision.
Yes.
Who literally stepped on stage right now. I think now he's off again.
Yes.
What did he say?
Yeah, so the CEO of Real Vision said that 2026 is the year for alts. And again, that is not financial advice, ladies and gentlemen, but there is a investor who spends all of his time looking at the macro data and seeing where we are pointing towards. And quite frankly, the most likely scenario is the scenario that you don't expect, right? Because if it was something that you expected, then everybody would make money, and it is a zero-sum game. So I think everyone thinks that alt season is dead. It's never coming back. That is precisely when it'll probably come back. When sentiment is at an all-time low and people are not expecting it.
Okay. Yeah. That is true. Yeah. So I think 2026 is going to be an interesting year.
Yeah.
For all of us. And we can expect volatility in the markets, but potentially further upside, because right now we're fairly low, and I don't know how much lower we can go here. Like Solana is already down at $120, and the ecosystem is so bullish right now. I don't even know where to start. But yeah, that brings us to the end of the TA section and the price section for today.
Yeah.
I hope you guys got a quick update on where prices are currently and where we could go next. And if you want to see everything about the Solana ecosystem and get all the latest news as well from Solana, then definitely head over to our YouTube channel and check out all the other videos that are going to be released in a couple of next days about Solana ecosystem update. So give us a follow at Sol Brothers Pod on YouTube, and we will see you very soon.
Bye.
All right, we keep streaming.
Yes, we keep going.
We keep going. You guys are good. You can tell me if anything needs to change, but we're good. Yeah. If I talk in this. Gotcha.
Yeah, that camera. Yeah,
we
yeah.
need to. Yeah. Cool.
Oh, not this one. Okay, just for you want us to pay attention to this.
Yeah.
Okay, sure, no problem. Can do that. Yeah.
Awesome.
Fair enough.
All right, guys, we just got a few cues here how to do this better.
Yes.
And we're gonna jump into the next
Hey,
section.
this guy over here.
What's up?
Move?
You can, because it's gonna be cut. The next video, yeah.
Would love to do an elemental chat.
Your wife is here.
Yeah, she's chilling. She was at the bonk booth earlier. She should be with Sammy. Yeah. Yeah, Yvonne's just like floating around. So she's a tall Asian lady. You'll find her.
When you're done, you know.
Okay, we'll do. Yeah. See you around, Moo. Love you.
Cool. So now we're gonna dive into the next section.
Yeah.
Ready?
Let's go.
All right. I'm gonna just rinse and repeat the intro again.
Yep.
At the same time.
Yeah, it's fine.
And then we're gonna do the sheet with the news, and
Sure.
we're gonna talk about some of the things we have on the agenda as well.
Okay.
So yeah. Alrighty.
Can we start with just breakpoint vibes?
Let's do that.
Okay.
Yeah, you can kick that conversation off.
Cool.
All right, live stream people, you ready? Good. All right, let's go. 3, 2, 1. Welcome to Soul Brothers with my good friend Eno and myself, Simon, where it is our job to throw you into the Solana rabbit hole and show you around in our exciting ecosystem.
Our mission is to take you on the latest and greatest so that you never run out of fun things to talk about. Simon, we are at BREAKPOINT 2025. What a great time to be alive. I mean, how do you feel?
Amazing.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm honestly a bit cooked.
You're cooked?
I'm cooked already.
Why are you cooked?
Bro, like the last week was already busy as fuck because I was in Dubai
Yeah.
with SEZ. So lots of late nights, lots of early mornings,
Okay.
not a lot of sleep.
I see.
So already fairly cooked.
Yeah.
But also at the same time excited because it is BREAKPOINT. And this event is probably, not only probably, it is definitely the biggest BREAKPOINT we ever had.
I think that the UAE is putting their best foot forward here. People are absolutely enjoying the weather.
Yeah.
They're also in awe of the quality of the event production put on by the Solana Foundation.
Yeah.
Ellie and her entire team, including Amy and Erica, are absolute rock stars. I mean, bro, I get lost in this venue. I get lost.
I still have no idea where everything is. Like,
yeah.
So it's huge. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it's I mean, you could spend 30 minutes just seeing every part of the venue, and even then you probably won't hit every single nook and cranny. I haven't even had time to go to the main stage today.
Same. Yeah, I have no idea.
Yeah,
At least you saw it yesterday.
Yeah, I saw it yesterday.
Empty,
Yeah.
I have no idea how it looks like.
Yeah.
I actually don't know how big this is.
Yeah, guys, it's a literal arena. The capacity for this arena for sporting events is 30,000 people. It's big. It is way too big.
30,000?
Yeah.
That's the capacity?
Yeah.
But we also had 7,000 attendees that signed up, right?
Yeah. Well, but seriously, we're not even using 10% of the capacity of this stadium. There's actually more floors to the stadium that are completely blocked off. Yeah. So, I mean, this is the biggest BREAKPOINT that's ever been done.
Yeah.
Next year is also going to be a lot of fun, but yeah. And we do know the location for next year.
You do know the location.
I
do not know. I saw it on my little cheat sheet that I want to show you guys, but it's redacted. So we're going to try to squeeze out some detail.
Cannot say where it is.
Well, we'll see about that. But maybe we can at least get some hints.
Oh my God, where's the vacation for next year?
They're going to kick you out.
Yeah.
But I think, in my opinion, Abu Dhabi is a great place to host this.
Yeah.
Honestly, the UAE is a great place to host this.
Yeah.
What do you think about the country here? You've been to Dubai a few times.
I'm a huge fan of the UAE, especially first time I came was Dubai early last year. That's when I met you for the very first time. We've known each other for about 2 years now, which kind of blows my mind a bit. It's like, holy crap! Like we've actually
we came away. That time flew by.
Yeah,
you gotta admit as well. Like,
it really flew. Yeah.
But now we're back in the UAE. BREAKPOINT, the biggest we have yet. We do have a main stage. We do have a smaller stage. I think there's two stages, if I'm not mistaken. There's a bunch of booths down there. There's the Posta Coffee at every corner. I also saw Cast hosting some coffee.
Yeah, Cast and Sanctum are sponsoring your caffeine needs over at BREAKPOINT 2025.
Let's go. Do they work together with Repsol for this? Or?
Yeah, so it's more like Solana Foundation had a coffee package, and that coffee package is operated by Raposa Coffee, and Cast and Sanctum both got packages, so we both work with Raposa Coffee.
All right, I still need to get that one later to get a taste of this.
Yes.
And then obviously we have all the companies represented with booths.
Yeah.
Bonk has their fucking, how do you call him? The huge ass dog.
Yeah, they have Gordo.
Gordo. They have Gordo in front of the building, of course.
Yeah. Well, I think we've traveled with Gordo to basically every continent. It's ridiculous.
I have no idea how they pull it off, by the way.
The logistics of shipping Gordo to Asia, to Las Vegas, to London, to all these different cities is kind of nuts.
Yeah, it's nuts. Yeah. But we do have a few things that we can dive into today as well when it comes to updates. And most of these updates are BREAKPOINT related because they are coming from this venue.
I mean, if we're going to see a pump in price, Simon, not financial advice, it means that we're going to have to hear bullish news. And in the last few hours that we've been here, I'm telling you, we've already heard some quite bullish developments for the chain, not just the chain, but the protocols that we know and love that are built on them. And I think the most appropriate sponsor news to start with is, of course, Soulflare, the title sponsor of BREAKPOINT 2025 and also the Soul Brothers podcast. We only work with partners that we truly love. It's not about the money. It's about doing good with partners who we think make others feel good. And so, Simon, what is this piece of news?
I mean, we're looking at Philip right now here on the stream.
Yeah.
And he's announcing the Soulflare Shield hardware wallet
Yes.
on the main stage of Breakpoint, posted by his Solana main account right
Mm-hmm.
now, shortly after he did that. And we covered Soulflare Shield already when it was announced last week, I think.
Yeah.
First on the timeline on December 4th here, that's the post. And have you checked out the product by now? Like, do you know a little bit more about it than
Yeah, of course. No, I mean, we both know as much as what's been
probably.
publicly made available. But it is the perfect mix of hardware and software wallet, right? So you get the hot and the cold experience. What does that mean? What it means is that now you can sign transactions with a simple tap of the card onto your phone. Your Soulflare wallet acts as the UI. And you don't have to worry about cables, batteries, LCD displays. Everything's very, very clear what you're signing because it's on the Soulflare wallet. But again, you need the hardware wallet in order to sign those transactions. It's the perfect blend of security and convenience. So really, really love the idea of the Soulflare Shield. But what is the even bigger news, Simon? What does everybody at Breakpoint 2025 get?
Vibes.
Everyone gets a free Soulflare Shield.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Philip announced that on stage.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah. Everybody at Breakpoint 2025, if you are watching at home and you're not here, sucks to be you because you don't get a free Soulflare Shield.
Bro, that's insane. No, that's a really good.
Yeah.
I mean, I know in Accelerate they gave Apple AirTags, which was also insane.
Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, have you seen the Dr. PP edition?
Yeah, the Dr. PP edition. We do work with Dr. PP, so very proud.
That's cool, man.
Yeah.
That's really. I mean, it's kind of gay, but it's cute. I don't know if I want to rock it. Burst color made to brighten your shield. I love it.
Yeah.
Would you customize your own? Or
No, I think I'd want to keep it generic. I don't want people to know it's mine.
Cool.
You know, even if they do find it, I don't want it to. I want it to kind of blend in with the crowd. You know.
Yeah. You want to slap your
Operational
face on it.
security.
That makes sense. Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, Soulflare, I think, is one of the companies that does marketing properly, and they don't do good crypto marketing. They just do good marketing.
Yeah.
Period.
Exactly. I mean, the fact that they have several individuals in their team that are working on, brick and mortar kind of marketing,
Yeah.
Like out of home, performance marketing, like traditional advertisement campaigns and so on. A lot of crypto companies don't have these people in their team.
Yeah.
They have one guy that's running KOLs and events, and a bit of Twitter content.
Yeah.
But that's it, right? So
And sometimes it's the same fucking guy.
it is,
That's not what you want. Yeah, you
Ideally
want
not,
a division of labor. You know.
especially if you're like 100+ employee company like
Yeah.
them, right? Then you have the capacity to do that. And I also believe that Philip is probably a really, really good fit
Mhm.
for the CMO role, really, as he's co-founder, right? But I think he's the guy who's mainly doing the marketing strategy,
Yeah.
high level, while Vito is a bit more technical and a bit more operational, I would say. I guess that's also why Philip is doing the speaking here. because he's more of the face of the company. So fairly bullish on Soulflare in the past couple of weeks,
Of course.
especially.
Yeah.
And I've heard there's even more coming in the next couple of weeks
Oh.
that we don't even know about yet.
Oh, right. No, they have a lot of secret projects. I don't know what it is about Vitor and Philip, but they have like a million different ideas they want to launch on Solana, and I could not be more bullish on that team.
I think
honestly,
it's the team. Yeah.
I will say this. Sorry to our other friends who are building wallets, but it is the absolute best wallet experience on Solana. Go get yourself your Soulflare Shield for free if you are a Breakpoint participant and you are here in Abu Dhabi with us.
Let's go. Now, there's a few pieces of news coming today at Breakpoint.
Mhm.
And ladies and gents, if you're in the live stream, if you're not here right now at Breakpoint, then we'll give you a little sneak peek right now of the news that are going to be dropped today. But what I will share with you right now is an image of redacted content. So the following content here is not fully laid out because the actual banger news are not in here yet because they haven't been announced yet.
Yeah.
But here's the good news. Even though the most interesting news on this sheet right now haven't been announced yet and are redacted on the sheet, we are able to tell you guys approximately what's happening because obviously we know. We're here, we know some people. And I don't know if Coinbase, for example, was already on stage or not by now. They should have been like 40 minutes ago already.
Yeah.
But I don't know if they're running behind timeline or not. So it might have been announced. It might have not been announced. I think on the Coinbase account on Twitter right now, I do not see the news yet. Let me just double check that for you guys. I don't see it yet. But we have notable announcements, starting with Coinbase to announce native blank on my sheet here.
Yes.
We're going to talk about this in a second. We have Ellipsis Labs, who launches blank. We're also going to talk about
We have a bunch of redacted information here.
Yep, 100%. We have Crypto.com building blank.
Yeah.
I also have a little bit of details around that. Also going to be announced today at 5 p.m. UAE time. And then we have a bunch of other things on here. We have a Belly Gifford to launch something in Q1.
Mhm.
I do have to admit, I don't know who Get Belly Gifford is. Please forgive me. We have State Street Money Fund launching with Galaxy.
Yeah.
So they are gonna for the first time in history, a GSIB will issue private assets on a public financial network.
Yep.
And Solana is first. State Street, with $50 trillion in custodial assets, is tokenizing Sweep in partnership with Galaxy.
Yep.
And Sweep is a State Street Galaxy on-chain liquidity sweep fund.
Yep.
It's a tokenized private liquidity fund on Solana.
Yeah.
Utilizing PYUSD by PayPal for subscriptions and redemptions. The fund is anticipated to debut on Solana in early 2026. What the heck?
Yeah, so they're minting about $200 million worth of Pi USD, and they're going to use that to subscribe to investment rounds and do everything on chain. So that is pretty phenomenal. I could see them participating in MetaDAO launches or perhaps even Jupiter DTF. There's a lot of different launch pads now on Solana that are testing out different theses, right? Some theses are all about unruggable ICOs. Other theses are to launch tokens that give you claims to the revenue on the company. Other theses where they don't want to explicitly say that, but effectively that's what you get. So to have a major fund like Galaxy launching Sweep for specifically on-chain finance and subscribing to investment rounds that way is pretty sick.
It's the beginning of something new.
Yes,
I feel like, right?
Yeah.
Like this is what, like we wouldn't have thought this to be happening anytime soon. But now we're actually getting there. Like State Street has already $50 trillion in custody assets, and now with Sweep. So Sweep is the number of this new vehicle, which is on-chain. They call it liquidity sweep fund.
Yeah,
and it already implies the name sweep fund.
Yeah,
they want to sweep, like liquidity from some of these investment rounds. So I think it's going to be interesting. Early 2026 is the time when we will see more of this.
Yeah.
And literally, we're seeing now institutions taking part in on-chain token launches.
Yeah.
It's pretty cool.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
Yeah, I think we're moving in the right direction here.
We are absolutely 100%.
Now, besides this, Coinbase is about to announce something as well, or maybe they did already.
Are we allowed to talk about this?
I mean, we can at least.
I think let's fucking do it.
We can drop it.
Let's do it.
Maybe they dropped it already or not, but you'll see it today.
Like, if you work at Coinbase and you don't like what we're about to do, I need you to come over to the inverse Kramer wing. So you can't. You got about 30 seconds to stop us, baby.
Yeah. So what we've heard, right? What we've heard is going to be announced.
Word
today.
on the street.
Word on the street is that Coinbase is launching an on-chain native decentralized exchange.
Yes.
A DEX similar to Bybit's ByReal. We suppose, we don't know.
Yeah.
But at least that's what it looks like, where you can trade any Solana token on Coinbase directly, even though it's not listed on the Coinbase centralized exchange. You can trade any Solana token powered by Jupiter Ultra V3.
Yeah.
Again, it's what we've heard.
Yeah.
It might have been announced already. It might come in the next couple of minutes, but we're telling you right now, straight ahead. This is actually really interesting because Coinbase has their own fucking layer 2 base.
Yeah.
Aren't you supposed to try to get liquidity and volume on their chain?
I mean,
Coinbase.
We've seen a bunch of moves from Coinbase to support more Solana trading, and the reason for this is quite obvious, right? It's because Solana is where all the volume is, and so whether they like it or not, they have to support the chain. That's where the volume, that's where all the fees are. So they even acquired the Vector team this year, right? As well as a bunch of different initiatives. So what that also means is that now they're going to have on-chain DEX experience powered by our friends over at
Jupiter.
Yeah. We have our course. Or
what is that?
Just use Jupiter bandana.
Oh, nice.
Just use Jupe,
Oh, I didn't see that.
Oh yeah. You gotta get if you're at Breakpoint, you have to check out the Jupiter booth, and of course,
Damn.
Just use Jupe.
I already know that my girlfriend's gonna come with like a huge bag of. There's so much nice merch here. Like I'm normally not the guy that's getting it, but I want it now because I see it. So I hope she's gonna go shopping.
Yeah. So Coinbase has also decided to just use Jupiter. So congratulations to our friends. Congratulations. You guys are doing amazing work. This reminds me a lot of ByReal and Bybit, right?
It does, yeah, because they did the same thing. You have a standardized exchange, but now there's token kind of standardized exchange where you can also launch tokens, by the way. So they might also do that. They might get into more of like you can launch your token with Coinbase DEX. I don't know how it's called yet, Coinbase DEX. But yeah, this is like brand new piece of information here.
Yeah.
That is not really on the internet yet. And I think we're going to see it probably today on the timeline.
Yeah.
Either on Jupiter or Coinbase or both.
Yeah.
They're going to talk about this. And then there's another piece of news here that is not completely out yet. And someone is building Solana's version of Hyperliquid. And a lot of people are trying, right? But now we have a team who is trying even harder, and it's Ellipsis Labs.
Ellipsis?
Ellipsis Labs, building verifiable finance. They are the core developers behind Phoenix Trade. And Phoenix, you know, I'm gonna hit follow here right now.
Okay.
Let me just screenshot.
Is that what they're calling it? Phoenix?
Phoenix Trade.
Solana. I like the branding.
Yeah, it looks pretty cool.
Yeah, it looks good.
Solana's on-chain perpetual exchange, live in private beta. Join the waitlist. So yeah, they've been 14 minutes ago. Today we're introducing Phoenix Perpetuals, an on-chain perpetual exchange built on Solana.
Congrats to the. I like the Ellipsis team. They're cool.
They're cool.
Always launching really good stuff. We have a lot of folks that are trying to achieve this right now. Of course, we have Drift. We have, well, I don't think Jupiter is trying to become the hyperliquid of perps, right? Like they're very comfortable in their lane with BTC, ETH,
Jupiter,
Sol.
Yeah,
right?
and they're not even branding themselves as the fastest perps on Solana. Like Flash Trade is doing that. Like they're really trying to push themselves as like they're integrating Magic Block and so on. So they're trying to be the fastest DEX on Solana and compete with others.
Right.
You have Bulk Trade, they're trying to do the same thing. You have our friends from what's it called? Pogo, I think. Pogo chain.
So many competing perps.
Yeah.
That's
what current market fit looks like.
Yeah.
How? Why do you think there's like literally 30 crypto cards by now?
Yeah. Like, well, I mean, so for crypto cards, it's because it's commoditized, right? And so and everybody needs the crypto card to just stay baseline competitive with everywhere. It's just a checkbox feature you have. It's like integrating .sol into your product. You just need it because that's what users expect from you, right?
But you don't have like Solfair doesn't have to have a card, I think. Like as a wallet. They could also double on other features. But what I'm saying is basically, is that the product market fit is there, and that's why they all
it's table stakes. In 5 years, every single wallet will have a card. Yeah.
Because of PMF.
Well, yeah, sure, because of PMF. But my point is that like if you don't have it, you are behind by definition. Is a checkbox feature, right?
Yeah.
Perps is just there's a lot of fucking money.
Yeah.
There's a lot of money to be made.
And a lot of users already interested in it. And Ellipsis, they're the team behind Phoenix Spot Markets, which was 2023. Yeah. But they're also behind SolFi AMM.
Okay.
So the prop AMM.
Oh, they're behind SolFi. Huh. Okay. Ellipsis, SolFi. I think one of the engineers from SolFi just got hired by Humidify. So there's a dogfight between the different prop AMMs. They're.
Yeah, so Ellipsis is saying we've brought down trading costs by over 80% on Solana spot market, saving on-chain traders tens of millions of dollars. Now we're doing the same for PEPs.
Yeah.
Delivers a professional trading experience with deep liquidity and tight spreads for wedge trading. So you can sign up now for it and check it out. I mean, obviously we're big fans of perps, especially Flash Trade, but we are also interested in whatever else we're seeing here. So yeah, you can sign up here, put in your email, your Telegram. It's not open yet to use, but the private beta is there, and you have to get in with an access code.
Yeah,
maybe we can get your access codes if we see some Phoenix people here.
Please and thank you.
We can squeeze them out of them and give them out to the community if you want to try it out. But obviously, you can always head over to flash.solverspot.com and trade on Flash Trade, which is also an option. But again, big news here coming out from BREAKPOINT, which is literally brand new. 14 minutes ago, they tweeted it. Yeah, Phoenix is building a hyper-liquid competitor on Solana. We're doing it, bro. We're doing it. What else we got? We got more interesting things. So we have Anthony Scaramucci.
Oh, the mooch.
We got
Anthony Scaramucci.
Scaramucci.
Yeah.
Who is speaking at a conference.
Yeah.
founder of Skybridge.
Interesting
He's taking
choice.
everything
Interesting
that happens
choice.
on Solana.
How much do you know about Anthony Scaramucci?
I do not know a lot.
I mean, like, I
Skybridge,
feel like Solana Foundation has been super nice to us, so we should be a little bit more PC about this. But like, I mean, that dude is a grifter.
what makes you say that?
Well, okay.
I mean,
He's it's like he keeps writing books about each chain and like why it's gonna win, right? So like that just feels like grifter behavior to me. Like if he was a Solana ally, like he's written a book called like Solana Rising, right?
right. He was behind the book.
Yeah. Right. And so like if he was a real ally, like he would kind of stop there, right? But he doesn't do that. He likes to chain hop. So the next book he's writing is like Avalanche Ascending, right? So and after Avalanche Ascending, I'm sure it'll be some. And I think he started with Bitcoin first, so it was like a Bitcoin book, and then a Solana book, and then it's going to be an Avalanche book, and then he just works with each foundation. So yeah, I don't really. He doesn't really have like a. From what he's a crypto maxi for sure, right? So like I give him credit for this, but he's also kind of very mercenary. He'll kind of hop around.
Maybe he just believes in a multi-chain future.
That's being very generous of you.
Yeah. It is.
I
don't know.
He was also famously, I think, the director of communications for the Trump administration for about a week. It was about a week, and then he got kicked out.
Very American profile for your Twitter account.
Yeah.
With your family on the banner.
Yeah, well, I mean, he's a family man. I'll give him that. He's a family man.
Yeah, but I don't put it.
Yeah. Cherry pie and red pasta, you know?
That's great. No, but I mean, obviously, I'd love to talk to the man and with respect for whatever.
You can do that interview. I'll respectfully decline.
He achieved a lot. I do it. So definitely, every one of these people has something interesting to say. In my opinion,
Sure.
Do we agree with everything? No, hell no. But that's okay. Like we're so brothers, we have our own opinions, but at least we give everyone a stage, right? Anyway, he was on stage here at Solana Breakpoint.
Has he already done his? I think it's coming up some point today.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I think it might. Let's take a look at our sheet again here.
Yeah.
Anthony.
I think he's doing it in the afternoon.
Scaramucci at 3:25 p.m.
Yes. Yes. So like in about 3 hours, we're gonna hear from the Mooch. You know, he's hanging out somewhere here in Abu Dhabi.
He's in town. Yeah. And then we got one more here on my screen share. But actually we talked about the sweep. So that's the news. So I've already covered the sweep news. So we already covered that. So that's a big one as well.
Yeah.
But yeah, besides that, I think there's going to be a bunch of exciting things going to happen here today, tomorrow, and on Saturday at Breakpoint. So we're going to try to cover as much as possible by live streaming here. But today we're going to do mostly interviews with interesting characters here. So if you are watching these videos here right now on YouTube, then you will find these interviews as well, either right now already on our timeline or in the next couple of days and weeks.
Yes.
You will find all these interviews as well on YouTube at Soul Brothers Pod. So make sure to give us a follow over there, subscribe to the account, and follow us on Twitter. Let's wrap it up for this one.
Let's do it.
Thank you so much for joining Soul Brothers Pod here, ladies and gents, and we will see you in the next clip. See you. Respect.
Adios.
All right.
Cut.
All right, we can stop recording if you guys want for this one.
Thank you.
And we will have a short break here for the live stream as well, because we do have half an hour until the next guest is coming in.
Okay.
So, question is, are we gonna leave the live stream running?
Yeah, leave
Should we
the.
just.
Hey guys, dude, we should. Yeah, we got 214 folks.
Yeah, Mike's here.
Yeah, you guys just. I mean, we're just gonna keep this footage rolling. Keep going. Talking to a couple of people.
Yep.
Our first interview is gonna be in 30 minutes.
30 minutes,
I believe. Yeah. And then we also have our very good friend Moo over here.
Yeah.
Running
So that's
Elemental.fund.
Short break here for you guys. So
Yeah.
check in again for the live stream in 30 minutes. We're gonna stay here, but this booth's gonna be empty. We're gonna roam around a little bit. And then in 30 minutes, you'll find the founder of Flash Trade right here with us, Anas, to talk about some exciting updates when it comes to Flash Trade. So we'll see you in a bit.
If you're looking for the best place to park your stables, go to elemental.fund. Not financial advice, but it's the best, most battle-tested delta neutral strategies. I'll stop here.
Listen to the man. He made some money in the past.
Welcome to Soul Brothers Pod.
You see it here. Okay, welcome back, live stream. If you're still with us here, or if you're tuning in now, then stay with us because we're gonna get started in a little bit. So yeah, us, it is 1:30. We're gonna aim for like not too long, 15, 20 minutes, all right? So not the full half hour. And we're gonna have a free flow conversation about some things I am curious about, and then you just help me to unpack these things. You ready to go?
Yep.
All right, Khaled, Yusuf, are we rolling? Let's click record. If you guys are ready. Then we can get started here as well. Beautiful.
It does look.
With you have too much hair, rather. Like your head is too full. You can't wear hats.
That's why I don't wear.
But the hair is great.
Yep. Anyways. Yep.
All right. Cool. Anything specific you have to mention today? Keep in mind we can clip this as well. We can. Is there any specific item when it comes? Do you want to talk about this funded wallet campaign? But there's no. How can people get codes right now? There's no.
It's you just got to meet the teammates that are all around the BREAKPOINT arena. So.
And then soon, potentially Solana ID.
Yes.
We can.
Yes.
Yeah, we can find
the most interesting thing about this, like this campaign can be run across with any partner, and it's very flexible.
Yeah.
It basically invites anyone to come and use Flash Trade with having no Solana wallet.
Yeah.
No, and no money on Solana. You can just come, click some buttons.
Okay, save your words, bro. We're not live yet.
Oh, yeah.
So we're not recording it.
All right.
I need that on camera. So, but yeah, I hear you. What is happening on the other side here?
Epic stuff.
It's ridiculous. It's like the whole scene right now. It's just stupid. There's like a guy in a kangaroo.
Yep.
You guys don't know on the live stream, but there's Metasal in a kangaroo. Is it a kangaroo?
That's okay.
In a kangaroo outfit. While we are getting ready here for live stream. Okay. Then. Ready? Roll it. All the cameras, yeah? Okay. Good. It's gonna be 10 seconds. Yep. I start. Test. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2.
1, 2.
We're good?
Yep.
All right. Then 3, 2, 1. Welcome to Soul Brothers podcast, the finest podcast on Solana, where it's our job to throw you into the Solana rabbit hole, show you around in our exciting ecosystem, and talk to some exciting founders from in and around Solana. Today we have Anas with us. Welcome to the pod.
Hey guys, thanks for having me. Pretty excited.
You are in a very unique spot here right now with us because we're not recording in a Zoom call. We are literally in person. I can touch the man. He's real. And we're at BREAKPOINT.
Yes, the biggest breakpoint.
The biggest. How many breakpoints did you do, Anas?
I think it's my third breakpoint now.
That's pretty good.
And so far, breakpoints are always correlated with big launches of Flash. At the first breakpoint that I did, we literally launched Flash, announced Flash.
Really? There was a launch?
Yes.
Where was that? Which city was it?
It was Amsterdam.
Cool.
Yep.
Okay.
And in just few months, we had the public launch as well.
Who else was around back then in the perp DEX environment on Solana
Oh,
when you launched? Who do you remember?
I think we and Jupiter launched together
Really?
at that same breakpoint.
The perps?
Yes.
Jupiter was around already before as a swap?
Yeah, it just had an aggregator.
Yeah. And then they added perps to it.
Yes. And we basically worked alongside
Yeah.
at the beginning because that was right after the FTX crash. The on-chain volumes were literally dead. And there was 74 devs, if you remember, 72 devs back then.
Yep. That's insane, right? So actually, to put that in perspective, I think a lot of people don't really know, but you basically launched right after the crash?
Yes, we started working on it.
Yeah.
We started after the crash, everything was rinsed. And even when with our previous product, everything was like kind of paused.
Yeah.
We started thinking what needs to be built to bring more on-chain volume, and we need basically open finance, which is fully permissionless.
Yeah.
Not like what we have with FTX or Binance's,
Mm-hmm.
where these are like black boxes where you trust the law and the regulatory authorities to basically govern them. But with on-chain products, you don't need to trust anything. You just trust the code and check the code. That's it.
Yeah.
So that's what we try to build and where we have right now.
So for people who are wondering what is happening, who are we talking to, real quick, Anas is the co-founder of Flash Trade, a perpetual exchange DEX on Solana, and arguably one of the faster ones we have on Solana, if not the fastest one, especially because we're getting faster and faster these days. And Flash Trade also has a very unique setup with their token FUF that has quite a good utility with revenue shares and staking utilities inside of the product. And I think another unique factor about Flash is definitely the variety of assets you can trade. Not only currencies, not only commodities, not only cryptos like memes and kind of the blue chips, also stocks.
Yes. I think this is what I'm trying to peddle right now, as DeFi should be more than crypto assets.
Yeah.
We need to serve every sector that moves.
Yeah.
And that is the reason Flash is the only exchange on Solana that offers today Forex, metals, commodities, equities. And we are looking to expand much more and basically add anything that moves. And especially with the V2 upgrade that is being worked on right now, we would be able to easily serve more than 200 plus assets.
Yeah.
And these assets would be more outside of crypto.
200.
Yes.
So basically anything that trades on Solana?
No, anything that trades in the world.
Damn. Where does the liquidity come from for this?
Yes. So
I mean,
basically,
I'm getting right into the middle of it. But
yes. So the model is pool to peer, where we have different pools where people with money are basically depositing and getting a very great yield on that.
Yeah.
So for instance, the first pool that we have, FLP1,
Yeah.
our flagship pool, it has actually outperformed Solana, Bitcoin, Ethereum in its yield. So on an year-to-date basis, right now Bitcoin is down 2%, Solana is down by 25%, but FLP is up by 22%. And this token is an index that actually is it's a basket of Sol, Bitcoin, Ethereum. So when you are in any industry, you have to basically, as a trader or as an investor, you need to outperform the base markets. And with this index, you are able to outperform the base assets.
And not only because you get the exposure to the assets, but especially because you get the APY on top.
Yeah.
Where does the APY come from?
Perps, man.
Yeah.
Perps trading, and we have so far we have served more than $18 billion in volume and generated more than $12 million in fees for our LPs.
Wow. Lifetime, $12 million.
Yes.
And that is spread across various pools.
And that's just in 22 months since we are.
Okay, yeah, fair, yeah. That's not a long time, actually,
Yes,
if you think
exactly.
about it.
But in crypto, it's kind of long.
It's a lot of crypto years, but not so many nominee years.
Yeah.
Right now you have 8 pools.
Yes, 8
I
pools.
think
I think
now-
it's 9. Ninth
nine.
one just came in. Remora pool, the stocks.
Pool.
Yes.
Okay, so now you can actually provide liquidity to trade stocks on chain, on leverage, on
Yes.
Flash Trade. Do we have an APY already for that? Is it 7 days or it's still?
I think the APY is still there. It's somewhere around 10%,
it takes a while to.
but it's up by 10%. The pool is already up by 10%.
Yeah. How difficult was it to integrate Remora stocks?
I think this is something that we've been having discussions on our daily calls that we have on Monday, Flash Hour.
Yeah.
We've been working on it for the past 2 months. And the thing was, it's more about bringing more assets on chain.
Yeah.
So Remora, if you know, they've only been launched since it's only been 2 months. So just had to figure out the intricacies of how the token worked and how the asset minting and burning system worked and the regulatory side of things. And once that was clear, we just went out and listed.
What is going to change for the pool to peer system in V2?
Yes. So the most interesting thing is, like, before we had to have the asset on chain in order to list it.
Yeah.
But with the pool to peer with the V2 mechanism that we are launching, we don't need that asset to be on chain. With the new flexible lock utilization mechanism, we would be able to list any pair with a specific correlation system. So remember, like last time Hype launched, and a lot of people wanted to trade Hype perps.
Yeah.
But Hype was not available on Solana blockchain.
Yeah.
But with the new mechanism, we will be able to list any asset that is out of, even like, no, it doesn't even need to be in any chain. And the next important thing is funding mechanism. Right now we had borrow fees, which was kind of high.
Yeah.
Now we'll be having funding mechanism, which is settled peer to peer. So people would be able to take the opposite side and earn some yield over it, which will basically contribute to more open interest on Flash.
And I think with the next, like with the V2 as well, like there's going to be a lot of interesting pairs we will see.
Yes.
Like to trade. What
Yes.
do you think are the first kind of next?
I think it's more about listing all the important ones, such
Yeah,
as
volume.
XRP, Cardano,
Yeah, sure.
Dodge, anything that you want to trade.
Like Hyperliquid is doing it.
Exactly, Hyperliquid as well. And the next thing is also expand on the real world assets as well. As I said, that is what I'm trying to peddle.
Yeah.
That DeFi needs to serve more than just crypto.
Yeah,
It is.
for sure.
It should be powerful enough to trade anything. And if you see the recent upgrade on the Solana website, that's what they are also preaching. That Solana is for every market.
It is.
So that's what we are trying to do at
it's
Flash.
the global layer for value transfer.
Yes.
Where we can settle value on, right?
Yes.
And you guys are really hard trying to figure out how to do it still with the decentralization and security of Solana,
Yes.
but also fast
Yes. Fast and
efficient.
cheap.
Fast and cheap.
And that is an interesting thing, that we are the only exchange that is like in Solana, we are fully self-funded and bootstrapped exchange.
Yeah.
So very interesting competitive spirits overall.
Yeah. What would you say is the most challenging thing right now in Flash Trade that you are personally as a founder as well, Anas? Like what keeps you up at night? What is the biggest challenge you're facing right now that you always think about? the next
It's
stage?
about getting more traders on chain,
Yeah.
because many people are it's all about the onboarding experience. So once people are onboarded through Binance or Bybit, they kind of get stuck around it, but they don't come out of it. So the idea of making them move from there and showing them that there is more value to their trading if they come on chain, because right now the way we are serving, it's very much like the fees is almost exactly same. Actually, it's below what Binance's fees structure is. Binance is serving at like 5 to 6 bips.
Okay.
We are like at least 20% lower than that.
Yeah.
And it's more flexible, and you own the assets.
Okay.
With Binance, you don't actually own the assets.
Yeah.
You just trust the regulatory authorities to govern them.
Trust is a good thing here. That is one question I want to ask as well. When it comes to onboarding new users to your exchange, because Flash Trade is super interesting
Yes.
from a concept. Like
Yes.
it's fast, it has assets,
Yes.
the rev share with the token makes a lot of sense. So I think there's a huge potential to get users. But here's the thing: when I talk to people that are trading on sexes, especially whales and big traders, they're like, "Well, I just don't trade on DEX because I don't trust it."
Yeah.
Which is stupid, because we're trying to do it. It's the opposite, right? We're trying to get people on DEXs because you only have to trust the code.
That's true.
But there has been like too many, I think, maybe exploits and hacks in the past that people are a bit afraid to trust
I
the
think-
code. How the fuck do we solve
Yes,
this?
yes,
And how do we
yes.
address this problem?
I think the exploits, if you check the number of exploits that have been happening, that have come down significantly.
Yeah.
So if you check 2022 or 2023, the number of exploits were kind of high.
Yeah.
Now they are like single digit exploits.
Yeah.
But it's all about making sure you can read the docs, you can check the audit reports that have been published by the team. And even we basically publish monthly reports where we show every detail that is happening at Flash.
Okay.
I know trust is something that everyone needs to solve for, but overall, if we were to see at the base level, centralized exchanges are much more black box than the on-chain counterparts, because at least on on-chain counterparts you can verify everything on-chain by just checking the programs.
Yeah.
But here you are just waiting for the reports to be published. But here you can check any second, any time of the day what's happening in the exchange if you want.
Yeah.
So I think we are in that direction, because if you see the ratio of sex to dex trading, that has been coming up very close now.
Yeah.
We are almost at 25% of sex ratios.
Have you seen the announcement of what's it called? Eclipse Labs today with Phoenix?
Yes.
What do we think about that one?
I think it's good. A lot of people are coming in to serve the perps market, because the market is very huge, to be honest. If you see the global futures markets, they serve at least more than $6 to $7 trillion in volume.
Yeah.
Every day I'm talking about.
Every day.
Every day.
More than $6 trillion.
Yes. And now if we step back and look at the blockchain, we are serving something around $120 billion.
Yeah.
So that's not even 5%.
All blockchain, right?
All blockchains.
Not just Solana.
I'm checking everywhere.
Like Hyper.
So that's not even 2%.
Yeah.
So the market is huge, and it's good if people come in more, because it gives you a much better perspective when you are competing, and it gives you more clarity, because if someone comes and builds, you can always study from your competitors. It's not that you die as soon as someone comes in,
Yeah.
because when you are on the field and the someone who's coming on the field, there is a difference. When you are on the field constantly improving,
Yeah.
you can always take the good bits
Yeah.
from someone who's launching or someone who's just coming live.
Sure. Competition is good for the market. It might be a bit scary.
It's the best thing for users.
Exactly. For you as a founder, it adds to your pressure, right? Like it definitely doesn't decrease your stress level.
Yes.
You guys got a ship. Like, do you ever?
One thing that I want to say is like there will never be one winner in any field. Because of the geographical distribution around the world, you'll always have multiple players in the same sector.
Fair.
All you have to do is maintain your position and keep striking for the number one rank.
Yeah.
That's how Binance and Bybit got where they are.
Yeah.
And that's how every exchange will get to it.
Right.
And it's all about keeping that position after that.
Yeah. Do you ever wonder if you need to be much more aggressive with Flash Trade when it comes to growing and scaling? Because you guys are bootstrapped.
Yes.
It does limit you a little bit in terms
think-
of.
I
It is
think-
great that you
Yeah,
are
yeah.
bootstrapped,
Yep.
but you are competing now against huge companies.
Yeah, this is something that I've been discussing with some people as of now since I've come to Breakpoint, that venture funds need to invest into liquid tokens as well, the tokens that are already live. So I will be talking with some interesting folks about them basically buying our token on the market.
Yeah.
Because when you are investing in any of the protocols which are pre-market, like they haven't launched, it's not clear. But if there is a company that is already live and it's making money, it's makes
can look
sense
at the
for
business.
VCs to get invested into it and get aligned.
Yep.
So that is something that we need to let people know, that you can always invest in a token.
And we're going to see more liquid funds.
Yes.
There was another big announcement today at Breakpoint with the new sweep fund from Galaxy. It's a liquid fund.
Oh, wow.
They're going to mint, I think, 200 million PYUSD on Solana for liquid investments.
Nice.
And that includes launches like fucking MetaDAO and so on, but also liquid investments in companies. So
Great to hear that.
I think we're seeing actual institutional investors, not just like your little garage VC, like actual institutional investors coming in on-chain, buying tokens on-chain. That is one thing. And the other thing that launched today as well, Coinbase Stacks.
I just saw the post about it. I haven't seen that.
So that's another, like literally right now, guys, today launched. So there's sort of attention that's coming on chain.
Yes.
Good for Flash, bottom line, I think.
Yes.
Because the more liquidity we get on Solana or native on the layer, the more we can suck up into the Fab decks as well. Cool. Anas, I think at Breakpoint, is there anything that you guys are pushing aggressively when it comes to Flash Trade? Anything that when you walk around, when you talk to people?
I think, that's what I'm aggressively pushing is like DeFi needs to be more than crypto assets. Cool. And at Flash, we are pushing the boundaries, and the only platform that is basically expanding and listing real world assets. And that is the idea. And I'll be having my talk tomorrow, 4:45 p.m. We're going to be launching a new product.
Okay, here we go. Okay, so guys, if you're on the live stream, then make sure to tune in tomorrow afternoon as well in Dubai time. I think Solana is live streaming as well, so you can catch Anas if you are not here. If you're here, obviously look also for Anas on the stage.
Main stage.
And main stage, the main stage, which is really good. And if you want to learn more about Flash Trade or even use the product, then you can go over to flash.soulbrotherspod.com and you can start trading right away. So thank you guys for tuning in and for listening to Anas talking about Flash Trade. We'll see you at the next one. Anas, thank you so much for joining.
Thanks for having me.
Cut. We can click the buttons, guys, to pause the recording, live stream. You can stay with us here. We're going to have a quick break of like around 10 minutes over here, and then we will continue with the next interview guest, which is going to be very interesting as well. So just stick around, guys. We're going to be here roaming around. GM everyone, and welcome to the stream. If you're still tuned in right now, then stay with us because we're going to have another interview coming up right now. And there's going to be a few more after this, so just hang around here, share with your friends. Retweet is done, we're good. You retweeted the stream, so that's good. Recording is started as well. If you guys are ready, let me know. Then we can get started. Did you ever, can I see your card? Thanks. Yeah. Did you ever tell anyone your name?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Like the.
Because I don't know your name. I don't think I don't know you.
I think this doesn't even matter, right?
It does not.
Even if you know my name, it's like.
I'm
Yeah,
gonna
you're
call you
Trex.
Trex, yeah.
Yeah. Like so.
I'm going to call you Trex, but we're good?
But yeah, the DeFi day tomorrow.
Yeah.
Like on the speaker list.
Yeah.
Just straight out first and last name, like in the.
Oh, really? So no one's going to know who you are.
No, just in the internal one.
Internal.
Like when they were organizing the
That's
organizational sheet, like I'm
Because-
still Trex on all the displays.
That's good, because otherwise people wouldn't know actually who that man is, because everyone
They'll
knows
be like, who?
exactly.
Like,
Yeah.
nobody knows this.
All right, let's kick it off. We're going to keep it short, free flow conversation, okay? I'm going to kick it off, and then I'm going to hand over to you. Good? 3, 2, 1. Welcome to Soul Brothers Pod, the finest podcast on Solana, with myself, Simon. And today I have an exciting guest, which is Trex from Seedplex. And we're going to jump into some exciting topics, what they are cooking at Seedplex. Trex, welcome to the show.
Yeah, so Seedplex itself, we like to think it's the definitive way to fundraise if you are a company not only starting in crypto, but also just in Web2. What we have basically accomplished is allow the community to organize around a token. They will create a treasury, and then that treasury will purchase equity in the company itself. What this allows, the company is able to stay equity-based, which allows founders to just focus on making a good product, market share, they don't have to become economists. And then secondly, it also keeps everything very simple. If you want to get acquired and all these other things, people that are the folks that are acquiring companies these days don't want to learn about a token model and all this other stuff.
Yeah.
They understand equity.
Right.
So you get the best of both worlds. You get the distribution of a token. You get to get the community involved from day one, which here in crypto we love, and you get to stay true to the fundamentals of equity.
We do have to double click on a lot of things to fully understand what's happening here, because I understand where the core problem comes from that Trex is trying to solve with Seedplex, together with Dev, I think, is your co-founder.
Yeah.
Spaceman Dev. You guys just went through the Solana incubator as well.
Yes.
Came out of it right now. I think it's over, right?
Yep.
And you are basically at a stage right now where you will have your first launches soon, I suppose.
Yeah, coming in the middle of January.
Middle of January, the first tokens that actually launch, project that actually launch on Seedplex.
Correct. They are tokens. They are tokens. We do call them venture tokens. They are
Venture
basically a new primitive, right?
Yeah.
So
okay.
we're excited to bring to market.
Let's double click on a few things here. First of all, there's equity, right, in the company. Is the company going to be in US, or does it matter where the company is? Like, how's the legal structure actually looking like for these venture launches?
Yeah. So it depends on like what's the most suitable for the founder. We're flexible.
So it doesn't have to be
does not have to be
Delaware or
US.
something. Okay.
But if you're like a brand new founder,
Yeah.
obviously there's pros and cons to incorporating different ways.
So you would recommend something. What would you recommend these days to founders to like if it's like a vanilla generic kind of founder guy, whatever he's from?
Honestly, if you're starting out small,
Yep.
just Delaware C Corp,
Yep.
kind of like does the job.
Yeah.
The only concern is just like you then has to pay US taxes.
Right.
So that's you have to balance that out with
Yeah.
how much revenue you expect to make.
Okay.
If you're expecting to make significantly more revenue,
Yeah.
then you should incorporate somewhere else.
Maybe offshore,
BVI,
Dubai.
Cayman, like Dubai, Singapore, like all these are very suitable options
Yeah.
that have better tax treatment
Yeah.
depending on the nature of your business.
Yeah. Now, I find it super exciting. So I have like a ton of questions. We don't have a lot of time, so we're gonna try to
Yes.
squeeze the most out of this.
This is not the most exciting part. Deciding where to incorporate.
Wait a second. But for me as a founder,
Okay.
I think these details are very relevant. And I know for a fact there's lots of founders out there, they have no idea where the fuck to start, right?
Yes.
So having like legal structure, I start with my kind of development entity, I guess, but this entity is also going to be the entity that accrues all the value on the equity part. Now, for the token, do I need a separate entity? Because where I'm coming from, I need an offshore setup, I need BBI, I need Panama, foundation, and so on, right? How does this look like for Seedplex?
We take care of all that.
You
All
take care
you
of
have to do as founder is
Yeah.
give us a safe on the same terms as the rest of your round.
I see.
You can raise through a venture token,
Yeah.
and then you can also raise through traditional VCs.
Okay, and they would get equity,
And they would get
straight equity.
everyone's signing safes here.
Yeah. Okay.
You know, so VCs
Right.
are signing a safe.
You're signing safe.
Seedplex is going to be signing a safe with them.
Okay.
and that's it.
Okay, and then
So for a founder, it's like super simple.
it is actually.
We could probably get it set up in like under a week, to be honest.
And you kind of get in as a investor, kind of with your own SPV, I guess. Is it going to be a special purpose vehicle that's going to be created for that deal?
Correct.
Okay, and then that vehicle is going to buy shares through a safe in the target, which is the founding team, the founder.
Correct.
Right. And then what happens on the token side of things, and how are the tokens linked to that entity?
Sure. So first, that money has to be raised, right? Like you can't just get a safe for free.
Yes, it's not coming from you guys. You're not the investor.
Exactly.
You're the facilitator.
We don't front run the money.
Yeah.
Maybe in the future
Actually, might be a model against a fee or
when it's like very hot equity, and
Yeah.
that's far in the future. We can talk about that later. But initially, what will happen is like, okay, company is launching.
Mhm.
The sort of venture token is then used to raise money.
Yep.
In order to like get all this money into the entity that's being spun up for it.
Mhm.
Once that money is raised, now it can actually execute the safe because they can deliver the money, and now that safe is being held by that entity. The venture token itself, all that it's doing, and what the community is buying, is governance over that treasury.
Hmm.
That treasury is holding equity, and so that's what allows it to be
Okay.
not necessarily equity backed for like a one-to-one swap,
Mhm.
but it does mean that the only reason people are buying this token is because of that underlying equity.
Mhm.
And the founder, all he has to do, and what token holders demand of him, is make that equity grow in value.
Okay. What is it? How does it work if I raise equity besides the token? Isn't that kind of diluting the token value potentially of that SPV? Like, isn't that something? Is there something that you wouldn't advise a founder to do who raises through Seedplex? Like, for example, signing a few safes next to Seedplex, right, with a few VCs and angels and so on. They all get equity, right? And then you have Seedplex coming in with a venture token, and these guys get tokens that invest through Seedplex. But
I mean, they get tokens, but the underlying, like the very key thing about Seedplex is that there is a path to redemption. There is a path on the back end, and this is where all like the KYC and compliance layer comes in.
Okay.
Initially, it's just as any other token, right?
Yep.
I can go just purchase it with USDC. I have my token. On the back end, when it's time to redeem the proceeds of that equity to do an acquisition or an IPO or something like this, or like a big tender offer, like someone just wants to buy a significant piece of equity in a company, that's when the compliance and KYC layer comes in. But merely the fact that there's a path to the proceeds or the equity itself, we are exploring the fact that you can actually bring venture tokens in the future, do the whole compliance layer, and then get equity it's yourself on your books. That's what gives it all the value.
Interesting. Yeah. Okay. And where does the liquidity come from for the token that I launch?
Yeah, that's just in the beginning. You just raise an extra 10%. So if it's like $1 million safe, you would raise a 1.1 million.
Okay.
100K is set aside for liquidity purposes. But
So
it's important to note that this liquidity is part of the treasury. So it's not going
Belongs
anywhere
to the company.
when not the company, it belongs to the venture DAO.
It belongs to
the
the
community
treasury.
that is organizing around this token.
Yep.
And so at the tail end, when it's time to redeem your tokens for a percentage of the equity, a percentage of the treasury, that liquidity is part of it.
Right.
And after you wind down and you redeem it, there's no need for liquidity anymore. Everyone has their dollars, everyone has their equity on their, either some card or whatever you're using. And so there's no more need for liquidity. So it's a fee that, you have to pay up front a little bit just so that it is tradable.
Yeah.
But all of it is still owned by the entity itself.
But obviously, you don't want to pull out all the liquidity at any point.
No, that happens always at the end. Like when you wind, that's one of the decisions. Wind it down,
Okay.
disperse all the assets of the treasury.
Yeah.
That's when the liquidity is finally okay.
It kind of requires a little rethinking as someone that has, we're all used to tokens today.
Yeah.
But this is a bit of a different model because the token doesn't have a infinite lifetime value, does it? Like, what happens to the token in the best case scenario? Actually, it dies.
I mean,
it gets
it dies.
redeemed.
It closes down. Like
It closes.
my idea for a life cycle of a company
Yep.
is that, hey, you've just incorporated, you start your project, and you build out what you want to build out, and you achieve a lot of success. You raise your Series A, your B, your C, your D, and now you're at a point where, okay, there is significant demand on like secondary private markets that are trading equity itself. We're looking to IPO or there's an acquisition. Like those are the exits for these equity-based companies. They happen down the line.
Yeah.
The venture tokens and the venture DAO that's being created around the company's equity, all those guys get those proceeds as well.
They have an exit.
And so this is the exit, right?
scenario,
Like it's a good thing if the venture DAO is closing. because it usually means there's some
There's a liquidity event.
favorable liquidity event.
Because otherwise, in our current world, how do you exit a token? You just dump it.
You just sell,
You
and
just
then you
sell.
just never think about the product again.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
That's a problem for founders, right? Like you yourself, like you have a bunch of friends that, hey, you know, they're doing good work day in, day out. They're making like good product, but there's just no real path of like this token being a viable thing to have past like that first 3 or 4 years.
Yeah, that's very interesting. And another thing that I find personally very interesting is also the fact of having the option to keep raising funds to an extent as well with such a setup, because right now you launch a token and it's kind of over, right? And I heard Kash talk about it somewhere, I think in a talk that he did about how crypto companies with live tokens they should have rounds that they can do. We can't do rounds anymore, like a pre-seed, seed, Series A, Series B, because once you launch the token, you're basically IPO'd, right?
Yeah.
So in the old world, it would mean you already did your seed, pre-seed, and your A, B, C, and then IPO, right? We IPO in pre-seed stage, right? Technically, but even earlier sometimes. And then how do I raise my Series A, right?
Yeah, I mean, 2 things on this.
Yeah.
Like one, we IPO'd at a pre-seed stage, which is, you know, a little bit backwards. Secondly, then all those token holders, you know, you grow the company, you're now in like a seed stage, maybe Series A. All token holders are like, great, that revenue, please give it to us to buybacks or something else. And it's like, guys, we're just getting started. Like, I need every single dollar of revenue in my company to continue this growth that I'm experiencing. And crypto founders do not get that opportunity.
Right.
They would get it with venture tokens because everything is equity based. And then number 2, that successive raisings, like this is how dominant companies are built. It also encourages founders not to raise like the most money they possibly can, because that you see that in crypto, right? Like brand new project comes in, raises like $10 million, and it's like a 3-person team. Like, what is this team going to do with $10 million? Like, they're not even used to handling this level of capital, let alone allocating it appropriately and efficiently. On the equity side, when we see equity raises, people raise as much as they need to get to the next stage where they can raise again. And just over time, this is how dominant companies are built. Uber, Airbnb, they raise 8-9 times before they reach that like $50 billion scale.
Of course, because you can, like, you want to keep your valuation as low as possible or as high as possible to raise as little as possible.
Yeah.
So you don't need to give away so much, right? With a token, it's a bit difficult. One more time, you kind of said it between your lines, but I think to make it more clear, how are we solving? It's like a very fundamental question for your setup. How are we solving the rev share, buyback, value accrual thing in this new world of venture tokens compared to the old world of rev coins and all the shit we're doing right now? Like, I know the answer, but for people that didn't really get it yet, how do we solve for value accrual here? So how can we have both, right? Live tokens, liquid tokens, crypto tokens, the world we want to live in, and fair value kind of alignment?
Yeah, like does the token track fundamental value that's being created here by the company?
Yeah, that is the magic we need to figure out, right?
And that's like what we have here. Yeah. The founder, you as a founder, all you have to focus on is just growing the value of your equity, and your token holders are going to be happy. Equity value grows when the fundamentals are strong, when your company is growing bigger, when you're acquiring users.
Yeah.
And that's all you have to focus on. The token, no need to become an economist, no need to, incorporate into your product whatsoever. You can still use it as incentives.
Yeah, but it doesn't have to.
But you don't have to.
It is tokenized equity.
We don't.
You can't call that.
It's not necessarily. A cool way of viewing it is more of it's a syndicate that's being created, and the token is merely an organizational tool, and it's a liquid tool.
Cool.
So people can kind of join in the community
at any time.
At any time, like, hey, you know what? I'm kind of done with this. You can sell the token in the open market.
Yeah.
But it's just an organizational tool that governs that treasury that is holding equity.
So one thing I don't fully understand still is it's still a liquid token. It's still trading live, right? I can buy it on Jupiter, I guess.
Yeah.
It's there, right? On exchanges. Yeah. We could technically put it on Flash Trade, make a leverage pool out of it, right? We could do all these things,
yes,
right? With these kind of venture tokens even, I guess. So what happens if we, if the brand awareness goes through the roof for some reason, you know how crypto goes, like some announcement goes out, something goes viral, and the token really blows off, right? And we did our safe round at 10 million FTV or something, and then we kind of tinkering in the back, and the value of the company accrues. Like, we raise another round at 15 mil maybe, but then we have this kind of virality moment, and the token pumps to 100 mil, right? 100 mil FTV. do we have like a detach right now from the equity value of the company and the token value? There's
Yeah,
something I'd
you
like to
do.
unpack. Like
Yeah.
what happened here?
So what happens there as a founder, you have a couple options. It's a good thing, right? Like the market is valuing you quite highly.
Yes.
As a founder, what you can then do is you can say, hey, you guys that have clearly very much like my equity, right? Because you price this thing very highly. You can go back to that community and it's like, all right, you think I'm worth 100? I'm happy to sell you more equity at 80 or 70. And like a rational market will say, yeah,
With the discount.
sounds good.
Yeah.
And so the amount of the supply increases, the venture token increases, more dollars are raised at that valuation to give to you, the founder, and you sort of are able to take advantage of this in a much better way. And you do so only if the community decides that it's okay to do it. Like a key thing that we wanted to have with venture tokens is the community is placed first. All too often, you know, communities like talked about in crypto and like how it matters so much.
Yeah.
But in reality, like you look at the kind of deal that they're offered at TGEs, and it's great. Buy this token. By the way, all the VCs are going to unlock at like an increased effective supply of this, like at 100% for the next 3 years. Good luck. Here, the community is very much in charge as to like what equity gets brought on chain, what equity goes through this process and is kind of brought on chain.
Yeah.
And that's very powerful.
Okay.
But let's say even the community says, you know what, we're actually not interested in like raising more money from us. Like we're not going to be cool with that. That's okay too. You as a founder can go now to the private market and say, hey, look, the market's literally valuing me at this. Would you be willing to do a private round at like a little bit underneath this, or even at that, or even at that value?
But the token is so liquid, it might also go down.
It might also go down.
Days again.
But you have a price point, right?
Yeah.
That you can kind of look to. And then, of course, I do want to mention the other side where what if the venture token trades down, right? Like it just keeps going down and, you know, the community's not excited. I don't know. So markets are going to market, you know? Then you as a founder are like, great, I sold equity at like $1 million and now I can effectively buy it back at much lower than that. And so you just made money, right? If you sell something at $1 million and then you buy it back for $500K, that's a good deal.
I guess so. But at the end, I do need a buyer that's not me at some point.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. So
but that's where the fundamental value comes through, right?
Yeah.
It's like
obviously you can't just build shit and expect things to work out. Like, you know, like it does check out. But it's I think the biggest struggle that we're gonna have with this product is probably the understanding of everyone.
Yeah.
Because it's a new primitive, as I said. We have to think a little bit around the corner here, as crypto natives. And I think the best way to understand what you're actually doing with Seedplex is by touching it and seeing how it works. So that brings us to next steps and timelines. I think you mentioned earlier, mid-January, we can expect the first launches.
Correct, yeah.
Technically. So do you already know who's going to launch? Like in your head, obviously you can't say it probably, but
we'll be announcing them at my speech, BREAKPOINT.
Oh, okay. When's that? Tomorrow, Friday, or
Saturday?
Saturday. Cool.
So that's very exciting.
Okay.
And like
okay. Mid-January is going
I would agree with you. The best way of learning it is through touching it, interacting with it.
Yeah.
See, you know, we focus a lot on the education.
Yeah.
Not only on how our stuff works, but also like on the companies you're evaluating. You're gonna have, how do I evaluate the fundamentals of this company?
Cool.
How do I kind of become
a VC?
A VC, at least for the purposes of this deal.
Yeah.
Which, to be frank, you know, when you look at VCs and you like look at their opinions, that's all they're doing, and oftentimes they're not arriving at better opinions than like
they're wrong they're wrong more than 50%, like much more.
I mean, hey, like VCs are useful. We love like good capital allocators, especially the ones that like work for you.
Yeah.
But I think in crypto we have a lot of folks that are merely trying to do the right thing. So like they don't want to take the risk and say like, hey, I had this idea that this could be like frontier technology, never tested, and I invested money in it.
Yeah.
This is not really a good bet for them to make because they're not actually that interested in the bet going well.
Right.
They just want their management fees from being able to make the safe bets. It's like, well, prediction markets were massive. And so naturally, I invested in prediction markets. You can't fault me for that. And so there we go.
Yeah.
And so you see this a lot, right? And I imagine you faced this with your product itself, where it's like it's very innovative. But it's not necessarily the hot topic.
Yeah, 100%.
And everyone and all the VCs are like, well,
For sure.
we like this hot topic.
Exactly.
So are you doing anything with that? It's like, well, no, I'm doing something else different. It's, oftentimes your community is going to be the ones that understand it the most.
Yep.
And if they even get that a little bit of education of how do I value this on a fundamental level, you know, perspective cash flows, like revenue models, all those fun stuff, now all of a sudden they can make informed decisions,
Mm,
and they do, and they know, okay, I am getting something of value, and I'm willing to put my dollars behind this.
yeah. When are we gonna be able to put our dollars behind something? Like, are we gonna have like some public sale
Yeah.
opening?
Middle of January
That's when it
yes.
kind of opens up. So
opens up. the
can
first one
I
goes
can I
through.
be on some wait list, or can I be on some
You will see a lot of activation.
leading up to it?
Leading up to it.
Cool.
Probably like in between the Christmas and New Year's break, we'll like start making quite a bit of noise. We'll
Cool.
be going on, things like this and being like, hey, this is the company. Here's
Yep.
here's what it's doing. Here's why we're excited about it.
Yep.
Here's like the community around it. If they have any questions, we're gonna be answering them.
Mhm.
Yeah,
Cool.
so that
Interesting.
a lot of
Okay.
that activation you'll see leading up to it. Crypto has very short attention span. If we start pitching it now, people will forget about it in a month.
Sure.
So
Yeah.
2 weeks, that's when we make about as much noise as possible.
Okay, sounds good. So people shall look out for Seedplex.io. Is that the handle on Twitter? Seedplex
Yep.
_
Cplex_io. You can start reading about it right now.
Yeah.
Cplex.io, our website, also has kind of like how it's going to work, so you can get a little bit of knowledge.
Yeah.
But then, obviously, the best way of learning is you learn by
Trying
doing.
out.
That's how I learned a lot of crypto. I just went in there. One of my I always love this story. It's like my first excitement about DeFi was me taking a loan on Aave.
Yeah.
And it cost me like $150 of ETH and gas.
Yeah.
But it was still so exciting.
Yeah.
I was like, what do you mean I could get like
Yeah.
I would have to go to a bank, I would have
Just
to
the
fill out
premise,
paperwork.
just
Like
the
just
concept.
I
of
just
it.
clicked some buttons and I
100%
was
agree.
able to access liquidity.
Yeah.
It was massive.
Yeah.
I learned the rest of DeFi that way as well.
100%.
Cplex venture tokens, new primitive. You're gonna have a little bit of learning curve. We're keeping it pretty simple.
Yeah.
We're very excited for like future developments that we have because we already have cool designs for a lot of the pain points of this process,
Cool.
Including privacy through Archeum,
Yep.
which love those guys. My co-founder Dev literally has purple colored hair right now because of
That's
Archeum.
crazy. Yeah.
So
That's insane.
yeah,
Cool.
Establish the primitive, but then like once you establish this, I think the future looks very, very bright for what you can build on top of it.
Awesome. That's a perfect way to wrap it up, guys. So the future is looking bright. If you want to learn more about Seedplex, Seedplex_io or Seedplex.io to kind of get the all the insights about the product and probably also stay up to date on the launches that are going to come in mid-January.
Yes.
So until then, thanks for tuning in to Soul Brothers. Make sure to subscribe to the channel at Soul Brothers Pod on YouTube. And Drex, thank you so much for coming on.
No, thanks for having me, and yeah, we'll definitely keep talking. I've known you since. Also, I think Anas is coming on after this, right?
Anas was already on. Yeah.
Oh, he was already
The
on.
little
Okay.
backstory.
So yeah, worked with Anas a lot, and so yeah.
Hell yeah.
It's funny, like you keep seeing the same people, and everyone. I think all of us kind of are working towards this idealistic view of the world of create value, make people's lives better.
The ones
and
that
not
are not
just try
giving
to-
up.
Yeah,
Because there's like the ones that are just
fighting
for
the
the
good
money.
fight. Yeah,
They're being washed out in the difficult times, which are coming all the time.
exactly. It doesn't take much.
Yeah.
But we have this idealistic view of the world and trying to make our best effort to make it happen.
Yeah. Cool. All right.
Awesome.
Thanks, Drex. Appreciate
Yeah,
it.
likewise. Thanks for having me. Cool.
All right. Live stream. We're going to be right back with the next interview guest in 10 minutes. So stay tuned. You can stay around.
Bye, guys.
We're live on.
What up? What up, Chico?
What
How's
up?
it going?
I guess I just made it here. I don't know. Wow.
What?
Damn, that's cool.
So we'll
That's
be
cool.
right back with the next interview. So in between we have like nothing going on, but
Okay.
right now we're technically live. So whoever is watching us right now, GM from Breakpoint,
GM.
GM. But we'll be right back. I'm gonna turn the mic off because I don't know what spicy
I don't know
things
what we're gonna say.
this man's gonna tell me. So.
Nice.
It's like a stream.
Yeah, so I mean, we actually have two ways that. Oh, hi everyone. Actually, could you read the first?
This is a very nice setup. You probably have like one of the more professional setup.
I appreciate that.
Some of the people are kind of like scattered around. I was like
Yes.
looking for some like each location for the interview. I was like, I do not know where it is.
Yeah.
I asked Amy, where's the media room?
Sure.
And she was like, there's a couple of them. And I'm like, oh my God, I will not find anyone.
Okay.
Yeah, but this is a lot of cameras.
Yes.
You guys did a pretty impressive job.
Really appreciate that. Yeah. And,
I'm surprised you don't have a flying drone for close-up.
all right. Well, we're live. Hi, everyone, and welcome to BREAKPOINT 2025. It's a great time to be alive. We are in Abu Dhabi with the best and brightest founders on Solana. And the man, the myth, the legend that we have with us here today is the Solana OG. He has worked in all levels of the ecosystem, but currently he is the co-founder and CEO of Cube Exchange. Of course, they had some massive news launched recently with their acquisition by Mercer Park. Of course, we're going to get into a deep dive of the entire Cube journey, as well as Bartosz's story. So if you don't mind, sir, could you please introduce yourself?
Yeah, so Bartosz, thanks for having me.
Of course.
Super excited about this.
Yeah.
So brief story is I started super early on Solana.
Uh-huh.
Like common friends, I met Anatoly before Solana was popular,
Uh-huh.
and started building on it.
Mm.
The main thing that attracted me to it is mostly Anatoly.
Yeah.
The monolithic aspect of the Solana itself.
Right.
So it's very similar to how you would build software in finance.
Yeah.
And then the fact that they didn't invent their own language,
Right.
but decided to use Rust for everything,
Yeah.
which made it much easier to onboard the developers.
Yeah, actually, tell the people a little bit more about the work that you've done in the past, especially with Solana Foundation. I think a lot of people would love to hear more about your background.
Yeah, sure. So when I started, my main role at Solana was to build like foundational components for other teams to potentially leverage.
Mm.
So we wanted to make sure that when you are coming to Solana, you might know Rust, you might know something about blockchain. Maybe you built something on Ethereum, maybe you didn't.
Yeah.
But we wanted to have effectively these templates or like boilerplate projects of common protocols across different ecosystems that you could just leverage and start building.
Yeah.
So like think about like AMM, think about like central limit order books on top of Solana, maybe staking. I think like one of the projects that I worked was like thing that eventually like evolved into Marinade.
Sure.
Yeah, so just having these blocks that you could then reuse as like Lego pieces
Right.
into build something amazing. And I think that helped a lot of teams get started on top of Solana.
Yeah. I mean, those foundational building blocks have, evolved into this entire staking ecosystem. I think that a lot of us could not predict how exactly the shape of the game would change over the years. Would you say that the shape of the game has changed a lot in 2025?
So it's a bit different, but I think the same principles that matter are exactly the same as they were there before. So at Solana, we wanted to make sure that people that are building on the blockchain are really committed to the ecosystem. So the decision, for example, to use Rust, not something like Solidity from Ethereum, was to make sure that people actually are not tourists.
Yeah.
Right. So rather than just migrating your protocol with Solidity to other blockchains, which is what happened with L2s, wanted to make sure people that are building on Solana can mostly just build on Solana itself.
Right.
And we don't care if they can deploy it on other networks or not, because Solana should be the place to be.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think it's the same. If you're smart, if you're dedicated and motivated, and you're picking Solana as your main infrastructure layer, you will be able to succeed with the projects. I think there's so many teams across the years that just built full businesses that at the beginning were just like maybe a hackathon teams.
Sure. Yeah, no, absolutely. You've seen, including what you Marinade, right, is one of these teams that's gone through the Solana stack, if you will, from start to finish. Sanctum as well has gotten a lot of support from Solana Foundation and people like yourself. And that's one thing that I really love about this ecosystem is that it seems like we're very collaborative compared to other ecosystems where it's PvP on the builder level, right?
Yeah, that's something that always kind of made me sad. I think ultimately the pie is big enough on any of these blockchains to just make sure you're successful.
Yeah.
And the other thing that like I think is very different on Solana network itself is people care about like long-term building projects. Like rather than like let's make sure we have a variation of pump.fun on our blockchain. Like no, that didn't happen.
Yeah. One thing that really struck me about the Cube launch, and it's very rare that you get this level of ecosystem support, but it's very clear that both you and Cube Exchange are very beloved. And I remember the kind of social media campaign you did. It was insane. It was 2 to 3 days of ice cubes on the timeline.
Yep.
You want to tell us a little bit more about that? Like, how exactly did that come to be? And then what am I even talking about here?
Yeah, so obviously for our like little emoji, we picked Ice Cube.
Yeah.
Maybe it's like a dad joke. But I think it was mostly organic. So I'm not a marketer myself. At the beginning, we didn't really have like a lot of marketing team or budget behind what we were doing. So it was just really connecting with friends and just talking about what we were building. And like this was actually in the bear market.
Yeah. I remember.
Solana was like, maybe at like $10, $20, around that range. So most people were approached, for example, by multiple VCs and that told us, hey, we like the project, we like you as a team, but you shouldn't build on Solana. Like it's a terrible idea. How about blockchain X, Y, and Z? And I'm like, I don't know, I've never heard of the X, Y, and Z. So no, like maybe I'll just stick with Solana itself. So it was just like connecting with the people in the community that stuck through this, like, the trenches of the chart effectively. And I think that was really the story of the marketing. Like it wasn't like a stunt or anything. It was
No.
Connect with friends, and like just being honest about what we are building.
Right. So let's dovetail into that very nicely. Tell us more about the Cube Exchange thesis, and obviously, how that's changed over time or evolved, or how you've added different parts to what you're trying to build. And obviously, we'll talk about Mercer Park in just a second. But first, I just really want to focus and hone in on like what is Cube Exchange to you?
Yeah. So it started really as a basic idea, which is with me being disappointed of what was happening with like other exchanges and primarily post FTX. Like obviously, I think for everyone in Solana, it was pretty traumatic event.
Yes,
I lost money myself on the exchange itself, and it was mostly because like you trusted wrong people. And in my head, it was like that shouldn't be possible in crypto. Like just like trusting wrong people shouldn't be possible. So I wanted to change like this custody layer where when you build, like when you send the tokens to an exchange, be that Bitcoin, Solana, or whatever, you should know where the tokens or coins are, and that you are always in control. And you don't need to stick your ledger under your mattress. That was the basic idea. So like I wanted to avoid these two ends of the spectrum that you have. So what changed really from that time is like, turns out people really do not care that much about security or like educating them, and everyone just wants to make money. So that's like the different mindset. So I started with this like mindset of like, okay, like developer mindset of like, this is something that is cool to be built, and I think it would be useful to people. Because we just experienced all these bad things. But it turns out people like don't care about that technology aspect. It's like, it's how do I make money? And it's fine. But that's
So, quite recently, there was a big public announcement. You guys have been acquired, if I'm not mistaken, by Mercer Park.
Yep.
And if I'm not mistaken, you guys are working towards launching your own DAT. I'm sure that there's some stuff that can be discussed and some others that cannot. But would love to know more about like how that came about and how you see it.
Yeah, so it was totally random. Like most things in crypto.
It was random. Serendipity at its finest, folks.
Like I wasn't planning it.
Of course.
First, I wasn't planning to go in public at all at the beginning of the year. So if you ask me, I was like, no, like that's like years ahead. So the way I think it kind of happened, I started connecting back with people from my like traditional finance days when I was at Citadel and others. Once the like that trade started to be popular, and like I invested in all the Solana dApps, couple of other tokens as well. Not to be named.
Not financial advice, folks. You know, we don't do that on the show.
Yeah, but for Solana, I invested in every single dApp that went out there. I started with Upexi.
Yeah.
You know, the Forward Industries, Soulmate, Helios, all of them. And like wrote decent, like sizable checks, because I truly believed one in Solana and in this like merging of equities and crypto. And through that, I was approached by Mercer Park. Effectively, it's like, hey, we think not only you are investing in all those companies, I think it's like actually a good opportunity for Cube itself to gain more credibility, more exposure to the US market, and accelerate the business like through this like public markets flywheel.
Yeah.
So fully random.
Yeah. Okay. So what is your DAT thesis? Like, what do DATs look like in, let's say, 3 to 5 years?
3 to 5 years is pretty long time. I think they started, you know, maybe 9 months ago.
Yeah. Please predict the future.
I still hold all the Solana ones. I didn't sell them.
Of course.
I sold a couple of other ones. And I think there will be some consolidation. I think fundamentally you can evaluate each DAT independently as maybe 3 different buckets. First bucket is it's a blockchain that has a single DAT. I don't know, maybe Sui, maybe Aptos, right? This is like a good example. The blockchain is maybe much smaller than Solana. The community is great. It has nothing to do with that, but the blockchain itself is not big enough to have multiple DATs because of market cap. And the DAT in that case becomes like a mouthpiece of the blockchain. It's like a marketing arm. And I'm least interested in those because fundamentally they will be like pulled by like strings from the foundation on like, hey, talk about the blockchain to make it more popular.
So then what do you think about the DATs in, let's say, Japan or Korea, which for regulatory reasons actually have to be multi-asset DATs?
Yep. I do not like them.
Oh, okay. And that's because?
Because it's much harder for me to evaluate it. I like a simple, this is Sui DAT, this is this DAT.
Yeah.
Like once inside, and this maybe takes me to the second category, which is effectively, you can think of that as closed-end funds. There's a couple of them in equities market, not related to crypto. You can go public with a closed-end fund that acts maybe like a hedge fund. And historically, outside of crypto, all closed-end funds trade at a discount. Like people do not believe that they can outperform the index generally or the assets that they have themselves.
Yeah, right.
So I'm probably the closed-end fund that just says I'm holding X assets, be that one asset or a basket, is the least interesting.
Okay.
Maybe even less interesting than the media arm of the of the foundation that's public. And then the third bucket is a bit different, which is it's a DAT that's an operating business.
Okay.
So you can start that from 2 different angles. The best example would be maybe Soulmate. So Marco from Soulmate, first raised that like 300 million, and then he said, okay, I will acquire Rockaway because they have like a validator business and this and that. And now not only we have this balance sheet that will grow, and we believe in Solana still, but we also have the operating business that will add to Solana, and they both synergistically support each other.
Yeah, right.
And fundamentally, this is not a DAT trade, in my opinion. It's that you are making a bet to a degree on this operating business with this balance sheet component.
I see.
And Coinbase technically is that as well.
Yeah.
When you think about it, Coinbase has been holding Bitcoin on their balance sheet for a very long time, and people, through a proxy, look at it. Hey, like if Bitcoin goes down, Coinbase goes down. If Bitcoin goes up, Coinbase goes up because of their balance sheet as well.
Yeah.
And the size of the balance sheet you can always debate, but it's like an operating company with the balance sheet.
I see. So whatever moves you make in the future, it seems like you want to be more in category number 3, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah, I see. That's nice. Okay.
And I think it's important for all the exchanges to have some balance sheet that actually supports the crypto operation.
Oh, 100%. Yeah. You have to have some sort of opinion.
Yeah. And in my case, the opinion is pretty transparent. I've made that like 5 years ago, which is I do believe in Solana.
Hey. So, shill to the people. Anything you want to shill? Is there anything that you're working on right now you want people to know? What's very important to you these days? What are you thinking about?
So I think with the
Mocktail now, a very carefully crafted mocktail
yeah,
that's
sure.
not just an afterthought.
Yeah, I actually have not been drinking at all for probably like 2 months now.
Okay, that's good.
So Dubai is the best place for having like mocktails.
Yeah, that's awesome, man.
Yeah.
All right. Well, thank you very much for your time, and peace out, everybody. Thanks for being on the show.
This one.
Good. I promise. I must have done something wrong, but.
Start rolling. If you want, looks a bit cleaner, but you can keep it.
Keep it.
Yeah, keep it. Looks professional. So we're just gonna chat a little bit, free flow. Gonna like 20 minutes max.
Okay.
Sound test. I'm gonna start. Test. 1, 2.
Hello. This is work. Hi.
Hello. Test 1, 2. We're good. Awesome.
Yeah. This is so professional.
Of course.
You
I mean,
have real helpers.
yes, they're amazing. Like, great job. We're doing back to back here all the time, and
Wow.
it's working well. So,
Okay.
all right, let me kick it off officially
Yeah.
for the episode, and then we're gonna dive into a little bit
Okay.
of more talk.
Sounds good.
All right, 3, 2, 1. Welcome to Soul Brothers Pod with myself, Simon, and today I have KZ with me, and we're going to talk a little bit about her journey and building on Solana and what she's been up to in the recent days and weeks when it comes to Chomp. KZ, welcome to the show. How are you?
Good. How are you? Can I just say, Simon,
Let's
like
go.
your interview host skill has like leveled up so much
I
in the
appreciate it.
last like with a lot of practice, which I'm sure.
I guess so, but
Yeah.
I would probably say that I'm natural in that.
Okay.
I just
Sorry.
because I love it. I just enjoy talking to people, especially when I'm naturally curious.
I mean, you've been doing your weekly streams
Yes.
for what, a
Solana
year
is
now?
Longer.
Oh wow.
We're at episode 70 almost, so 70 weeks
Crazy.
of consecutive, no breaks. Like, and then we're having Soul Brothers streams like right now
Yeah.
as well. They're not scripted as well, right? So
Yeah,
it's always
yeah.
free flow.
Yeah.
We usually have some agenda, but what helps me the most is really my natural curiosity,
Yeah.
because I'm genuinely curious about what you're doing and how everything is cooking and what keeps your brain alert these days and what keeps you up at night. Like, I wanna double tap on these things, and usually I think this is where good interviews come from.
Yeah.
Good genuine conversations.
Yeah.
Not scripted questions that are like, kind of vanilla.
Yeah. And I know we want to like kind of turn it back on me, but like I just wanted to say a lot of things that you do is like a great example for me because it screams consistency.
Yeah.
Like I remember the first time I saw you in Dubai. I think we met last April in Dubai, and you were making eggs after a workout.
Yeah.
And I was thinking
Hell
like,
yeah.
oh my god, this is like 6 eggs in a pan. Like
Yeah,
how
8.
boring? Oh, 8. I'm sorry. How boring is it to be eating 8 eggs like for every meal? But like
Still do it.
you still do it and you work out. It's so consistent, and like same with Solana ID and same with Soul Brothers.
Yeah.
I wish I could have this like consistency in me.
Yeah.
I think sometimes there's a lot of drive and motivation,
Yeah.
but it's not always
In burst.
channeled. Yeah, it's channeled in burst.
that's fine, isn't
and
it?
consistency.
It's like some people just work that way.
Yeah.
It's kind of natural as well to work in bursts of motivation.
Yeah,
I think
yeah.
I've heard it from a few founders already that it's actually very efficiently. Would you say you're that type of founder? Like, do you have sometimes times where you like 2 weeks, 4 weeks, intense sprints and focus on something, but then you also need to take a step back after this and kind of calm down a little bit? Like, do you work in these kind of sprints, or are you like always on?
So my co-founder works in spurts because my co-founder is a researcher and he does a lot of cerebral like creative work.
Mhm.
So sometimes he needs like 2 weeks or like a month of time where he's like very much focused on. Oh, he's right over there. Say hi to me. Yeah, he wants to focus on something, and then all of a sudden, like this amazing idea comes, and then we like are all aligned and we work on it. So he definitely like works in spurts. But for me, I think I can create consistency, but it only works when I'm like when I know I'm dependent upon. So for example, I need to do this consistently for my team.
Yeah.
I need to do this
I see.
consistently for my community. If
Yeah.
it's me,
Yeah.
I'm like, forget about it.
Yeah.
Do I need to eat consistently? No.
Mm.
But like, does the Chomp community need like
Yeah.
consistent updates? I'll do that.
Yeah, of course.
So I don't know if that's the best approach, but that's kind
I
of
mean,
what has worked for me.
Exactly. It always depends what's your drive really.
Yeah.
It seems like your drive is to kind of stand up to your responsibilities as the founder of the project and towards your investors, towards your community, towards your employees. Like that is a natural, I think it's a natural feeling and an instinct.
I think people is the most important thing in my life. I decided to join. I mean, maybe one thing that would be helpful for people who are watching is like how I got into crypto.
I'm actually curious myself. Yeah.
Oh, we've never talked about it.
I don't think so. I have not. I don't know about your past. Really.
Okay.
So
I am a woman with mysterious past.
Oh,
My first.
Let's see what we can get out of her today. So
Okay, so where should I start? Just from
what's your background before crypto? Like what kind of things did you do back then?
Yeah, so I think like maybe like life background could also be interesting. A lot of people don't know that I'm Chinese and I was born in China, but I grew up in New Zealand.
Okay.
So I was in New Zealand from age 12 to 17, and then I went to the US from age 17 till 24.
Okay.
And then I actually went back to China and spent 7 years in Shanghai.
Wow.
And it was in Shanghai where I got started in crypto. But before that, I had about a 10-year long career in non-crypto kind of industries.
Yeah.
So I started as a product manager for Mattel. You know, Barbie dolls, Hot Wheels, like toys.
Okay.
So I was a junior product manager there, and I managed and launched their first internal iPad app. This is 2012.
Damn,
when
man,
like
that
iPad was
hot.
new. Yeah,
That
iPad was
hot.
new.
Yeah.
People were like, "Oh, what is
Tablets.
this?" Yeah,
Apps on tablets.
yeah, tablets. So we made this app that actually helped all of the toy salespeople all over the world from Mattel to not have to put like a bajillion toys in their cart, in their trunk, and drive store to store. So instead, they just have all of the rendering and all of the order capability inside of this app. So they can go to a store and be like, look at my toys. This is what's coming, and this is how we can sell. So it was very much like an efficiency improvement tool that we did at Mattel. And then I went on to work as a consultant for Deloitte on like technology applications, focusing on like the TMT industry, so technology, media, and telecom. And then actually Visa didn't work out because I was in the US at the time, but I was a Chinese citizen. So I ended up actually having a few more stunts, but ended up leaving the US and going back to spending 7 years in Shanghai.
Yeah.
And in Shanghai, I worked first in education. So I was a product developer and also an educator for programs that focused on improving Chinese students' soft skills.
Students what?
Soft skills.
Okay, cool.
So a lot of Chinese students, they have great scores, but they're not necessarily like the most self-aware or critical thinker or best communicator. But when they're thinking about going abroad, those are very important skills for them to have. So I developed a lot of programs focusing on improving those skills and capabilities for them. I did that for about 3 years, kind of going from 0 to 1, like interviewing people, developing the product, training my team, selling the product, delivering it, all of that. So I did that for 3 years. And then I worked at a design consultancy called IDEO. So IDEO is one of the pioneers of human-centered design or interaction design, actually. So they designed some of the earliest and most scalable Apple products. And they also focus on using human-centered design to do organizational redesign, brand redesign, mobility design, a lot of that. And that's where I think I learned a lot of kind of my intuitions about what human-centered design looks like and how to really understand what people really want. So I worked there for about 3 years. I led operations for one of their 7 studios around the globe. And that is where I met the co-founder of Orca, which is a DEX on Solana, one of the earliest DEXs. And she was my colleague, but from the Tokyo studio. And she was an interaction designer. She decided to leave IDEO to build Orca, this thing that I like. I was just like, what is this thing?
Like completely.
I was like, what are these words, right? What is Solana? What is the token? I was like, okay, good luck to you. But then a few months later, after she left, she came back and said, hey, like we launched mainnet, and like it's a real business now. She was nervous. She's like, this is so she's like, this is so real. They were just tinkering, right? 3 of them, 3 devs. And she's like, I need someone that actually understands how to like run a business. Can you come and help? So that's why I joined. I didn't know anything about crypto. I joined for people. I joined to help her, to help Ori.
Employee number 4 or what? Like, are you?
Employee number 2. So 2
really?
co-founders, 1 dev, and then me.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Super early in Orca, and now Orca is like a really fundamental thing in Solana. You can't think of without.
And the employee number 1 is now Orca's CEO.
Nice.
Yeah, so it's been a huge journey, and I just saw him yesterday. He told me Orca has 40 people now. So going from like 4 people back then to now 40, it's been an amazing journey.
What did you learn at Orca when you joined? Because it was like such a shock for cut.
Water?
No good. I just swallowed my own. So when you come from, because you have like a very
Mixed.
mixed background, you know, like
Now
even
you
like
know
ethical,
everything.
you know, like you come from China, but then you have New Zealand, then you have US influence.
Yeah.
You soak up so many different cultures.
Oh yeah,
and
I lived in
people
Germany, right?
Oh,
That's
hell
where
yeah.
we met. I was
So-
in Berlin for a year.
so many different influences, right?
Yeah.
And then this person, this KZ, comes to Orca,
Yeah.
right? This very technological company. Nothing
Yeah.
really. You didn't do anything with that business case before
No,
in the
never.
companies, like pretty different. But you have that skill set. Like I think that sounds like a very fresh, interesting vibe that you could bring to the table at Orca. But you were new to crypto, right?
I was completely new to crypto.
How did it feel?
I
Like
told,
how did
I
it?
told my friends I was going into a crypto company. They're like, "Is that a scam?" Right?
Yeah. Back
That's
then
all
it
they
was even
hear
worse than
about.
now. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think it mattered to me. I think it mattered to me that I met Ori. I met her co-founder Yutaro. I felt like there was something amazing that's being brewed, and I just wanted to help them succeed. And it just so happened that because I had all these different business backgrounds, I'm quite good at learning on the spot and just like getting a operation started and running.
Cool.
So the crypto stuff I was learning as I go,
Mm.
and I would say my biggest. I learned a lot about how to run a startup. Like previously, I was running a business, but it wasn't a startup. And the
Right.
trade-offs are very different. The intensity level is very different.
Mhm.
I also learned to almost trust my instinct.
Mhm.
And I think what I learned at Orca that I'm practicing and learning over and over again is how to make difficult decisions fast. I think one of the biggest example, I'm sure you will relate, is firing people.
Mm.
I had my first experience firing someone at Orca, and I was very hesitant to do it. You know, it was always like, if I give him another chance, if I keep building, maybe he would change.
Yeah.
Put him on a performance plan for 3 months. It ended up souring our relationship, souring his relationship towards the entire company. By the end, I wish I had just done it 3 months ago. I'm a lot more snappy now, and it's like what I have learned more than anything is it's not really about my personal feelings.
Yeah.
And as cruel as it is to say, nor is it about this other person's personal feelings. We can make it as comfortable as possible. We can make it as amicable as possible. But at the end of the day, we need to make the best decision for the business.
Yeah.
And that should be above anyone else or anything else.
Yeah.
Had to learn that the hard way a few times.
Mm.
So I think that's one thing. And maybe another thing is to not let doubts get to you.
Downs.
Doubts.
Yeah.
Doubts.
So whenever there's like a phase of difficulty,
Yeah.
big challenges,
Yeah.
other people might throw the towel.
Yeah. So going back to like trusting intuitions, with startups, there's going to be a lot of things that happen. You just don't know if it's right or wrong. And something that you make a decision on can be wrong today and right 5 years from then.
That's right.
So it's more about believing in your purpose and your rationale and just sticking to that rationale. Like being nimble enough to like kind of fall back. I hate sounding like a typical tech founder and say like fall back to first principles. But it is that remembering your why, and whenever something is challenging your current understanding, the question that we ask ourselves should be, but does it help me get to my why better? Does it help me get to my original purpose better?
Yeah.
And if it is, don't be afraid to admit that you're wrong
And make a hard decision.
and make that hard decision to change, to pivot, but still falling back on like why you're doing it in the first place, your first principles.
What hard decision did you make recently for John? What was one of the hardest decisions? Yeah.
One of them actually is being played out right now, is sunsetting our product that a lot of people actually love. So I'll share some stats here real quick just to show you why it was a difficult decision.
Yeah.
We have 50,000 users. We had 2 million individual contributions. And when I say contribution, I mean answers. So Chomp is Chomp in its current format is a quiz game. And it's a game where people kind of like answer questions every day. You've played it. We've had a collaboration with Solana ID. So we've had 2 million answers from users. We had thousands of users with over 5-day streaks coming back every day.
Okay.
We had dozens of users with over 100-day streaks. and we had 2 users with over 365 days streak. And this app has only been live for a little bit over a year. It's not like a forever app. So people have been here since day one, and even when we stopped, like slowed down development, we saw just like the OG users coming back and streaking over and over again, and that made it very hard for me to pull the plug and say we don't want to maintain this anymore. But the truth is, it was disrupting our focus. Okay? The app is still live. We still have a community. Even if we're not maintaining content every single day or talking to the community every single day, it is in the back of our minds. And like having that initial community makes us kind of like, it's a path dependency. If we want to keep that previous community or the current community and build towards a new community, sometimes the voice in the back of our minds are, but are the old people, the existing community, going to love the new product?
Yeah.
Should we be building for both?
Yeah.
Even though we know intuitively this new community could be completely different. And it's another decision that took longer than I would like to admit. We thought about sunsetting for quite a few months, and finally we're doing it. The last day of having active content on our platform is the 14th. And right now, so 3 days from now, and we have a lot of rewards going on to thank all of our existing community for how much they've chosen to spend time with us. But the truth is, we don't want to keep maintaining it. It was a distraction. We might have a completely new target audience, and we want to focus on building a new thing. So that's one of the newer ones. And then there's some firing decisions, but
involved in the whole restructuring.
Involved in the whole restructuring, yeah. So our team, before and after our raise, our most recent raise, looks completely different. Actually, anyone that
some drastic restructuring.
Yeah. Some of it had to do with between raises, we were running out of funds. Some of it have to do with just not being the right people.
Yeah, of course.
And some of it have to do with now that we have more money, let's see how far we can push in terms of getting the best talent possible.
Is the recent fundraise already public?
Now it is.
So it just closed.
It
closed around.
Yeah, in July, but we never announced it. So this is actually all caps breaking news,
Let's
guys.
go. Okay, so what happened? How much did you raise?
We did 2.5 for this most recent raise. Altogether, we raised 3.6 million.
How do you call the recent raise? Was it like a serious something, or was it still a seed? Like what stage of the company?
I guess this is. I mean, how do you really like?
Depends.
know?
I mean, it gives me an idea of what stage you're in.
I guess.
Like if it's a Series B, it's like, oh damn. Like,
Oh no. Series B, mark my words, will be like not just single digit millions. So it's like seed or pre-seed, I guess, because previously we did friends and family.
Yes. Okay, that puts things into perspective. And then so the OG Chomp is sunsetting.
And
then the new Chomp.
The new Chomp.
It's gonna be the same brand.
We are rebranding right now, but we're keeping Chompy.
Cool.
I wish I had it with me to show
Chompy?
you guys. We're in short supply because like so you have one, right?
I don't have one.
You don't?
No, I don't have.
Oh my god, I'm so
I
sorry.
need one. Yeah.
We only have 5 total left because we did like one batch and everyone loved it, so we kept giving it away. So
I get one today.
I didn't bring one today because I was afraid of just giving it to the first person, and then I'm gonna be running
You gotta
out.
hide it. You gotta keep
so
it safe.
we have this purple alligator who is this really cute mascot. And when we were thinking about rebranding, we're like, if we change the name, can we still have Chompy?
Right.
You know, if the branding is not purple anymore, can we still have a purple alligator? But we ultimately just decided to keep Chompy because everyone responded so well to it.
Yeah.
And we're almost designing a rebrand around this character. But so that consumer brand will still be called Chomp.
Yeah.
We still want to keep Chompy.
Yeah.
And then we are elevating kind of the branding to talk about the protocol layer a little bit more.
Yeah.
Because what people don't realize is the consumer product is a data acquisition tool for us.
Yeah.
And what we want to do long term is to build the context engine of the internet. We want people to see a piece of information and be able to have all of the context associated to make their own judgment about do they believe in it or not.
Oh, yeah.
So maybe to reel it back a little bit, a question for you, Simon, is do you believe what you see on the internet today?
Mostly, actually. I do,
Mostly?
unfortunately.
But why do you say unfortunately?
Because I know that it's so easy to fake, or it's so easy, like
Yeah.
nothing's for granted, really, right?
Yeah.
There's like breaking news on Twitter.
Yeah.
No one tells me it's really true.
Right.
But my brain quickly, right now, I'm still, I guess it's because the way I grew up,
Yeah.
a lot of the things we saw on the internet were actually true.
Yeah.
You know, like it's just in my brain somehow,
Yeah,
still
yeah.
enshrined.
Yeah.
But I think going forward, it's going to be very dangerous to think that way.
Yeah, and I think in the beginning when we're thinking about this, we will very naturally think it's because there's misinformation.
Yeah.
Right? There's misinformation.
For sure.
But what I would like to bring up as a provocation is that it's not just misinformation, it's the missing information. It's what is not being said, right? It's not being told to you, the context, right? So when you see a piece of information, you don't actually know what has happened up till then, nor do you know if people's vanity metric response are a confirmation or not. So you see a like. Is the like I like it? Or is it like this is hilarious because it's so stupid? Or is it like I'm gonna share with my friends because I actually deeply disagree with it? So these contexts are missing because the color is missing. Also, disagreement is missing, right? No tweet is saying dislike. There is a downvote button on Reddit, but you can downvote if you are launching a hate campaign against someone, right? There's no skin in the game involved in like what that hate or that like actually means. So we are in crypto. We believe in market-driven decisions. So what if we can put a market-based way to provide context on every single piece of information on the internet?
I mean, it's a huge sector, and it is in the same bucket for me than prediction markets and opinion markets. You know, it's kind of all in the same bucket.
Yeah.
It's a really interesting sector. I think that is kind of innovative and new now, and very exciting for a lot of people. So
it is.
I think coming to an end. Looking forward, the new Chom, right? Under the new umbrella, under the new name, it's gonna tackle that problem.
Yeah, we've been tackling that problem. We just didn't have the right way to talk about it.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. So you learned from the past. You took everything you learned from the past product. You put it in the new one, new dress, and that's what we're gonna see in 2026.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah.
That brings it to the point. Timelines.
You might see it, or your girlfriend or your mom will tell you about it because it's gonna be very much Web2 focused. It's gonna come out on Instagram, on TikTok before it comes out on crypto Twitter.
I love it.
And you guys might not know this, but Simon has probably seen me in a mascot outfit before. Sure. I was wearing this purple overall running around. So that might come back, or something else stupid and hilarious might come back to get your attention.
Nice.
But keep an eye out for Chomp and for Chompy. Cool. It might end up like pudgy penguins on your timeline in your local store sometime.
Love it. Yeah. Cool. All right. So guys, make sure to check out Chomp on Twitter, on X. The handle is
chomp.games.
Chomp.games. Chomp.games on Twitter, and you can find Casey as well on Twitter. Obviously, your handle is
Kayzizzle. Kayzizzle.
You got it. So make sure to give it a follow and see what's happening. Also, make sure to subscribe to Star Brothers Pod because we're shipping lots of content in the next couple of weeks. So thanks for tuning in. We'll see you at the next one. Thanks, Casey, for joining.
Thanks, bro.
Awesome.
Thank you, Simon.
Okay, live stream. We're going to be right back in 5 minutes with the next interview. So stay tuned.
Cameras on?
Sure. What's the main camera? Yeah. What's the main camera if I look in one?
Oh, so your camera's over here,
Okay.
right? My camera's over there. This camera doesn't exist. These two cameras don't exist. Okay. All right, and we'll make sure that we got this mic nice and tight over here. Just say a little test, 1, 2.
Test 1, 2, 3.
All right, perfect. Can you hear him okay, sir? Yusuf? Can you hear him?
How's this?
Okay, good,
All right.
good.
Perfect.
All right, ready? Okay, good. All right. Hello, everyone, and welcome to Breakpoint 2025. It's a great time to be alive. We're here in Abu Dhabi with, of course, the best and the brightest on Solana. And today, of course, I have my very good friend, James, who is a strategic advisor to STSS Sharps Technologies. If you are a longtime listener of the Soul Brothers podcast, then you would know that we had already done an interview with James over in KBW. But in the very short months that we've had all the way from KBW to here at Breakpoint in Abu Dhabi, there's so many different developments in the DAT world. Soul price is down, but we are surviving, we are thriving, and we're trying everything that we can to make sure that this ecosystem thrives. So James, how are you doing today?
Thanks for having me. I think the market has changed significantly since our last pause.
Yeah.
Really excited to get into it. Yes, sir.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, so you got a lot of different conversations that you're juggling right now. I'd love for you to talk a little bit about like how the shape of the game has changed since KBW.
For sure. I think at KBW, we were still in the DAT 1.0 world where everyone is around increasing your Solana per share, your asset per share, raising capital, financial engineering to do so. I think everyone's changed a bit in the market since MNAVs have compressed.
Yep.
Prices have come down, macro side. So now it really comes down to how active the management team is. There's 8 Solana DATs. Now you can really see who is being active, generating revenue, whether through increased staking functionalities, right? You have the most basic 6.5% native staking yield that you can go on top with LSTs, various other vaults, nested protocols, looping. And beyond that is, where are we right now? Abu Dhabi Solana Breakpoint, which is honestly some of the most exciting product updates that come out in Solana every year. Most of the protocols, which what we're giving access to investors on the public market is to Solana and its protocols. So I think it's every DAT's job to be out here speaking with the protocols and seeing what can be done, whether from an investment or acquisition standpoint.
I've been seeing the amount of work that you put in over the last couple of days. This venue is huge. It's a 30,000 PAX venue, and yet I've seen you in every single corner of this venue. You are running around talking to just about every player that I could imagine, and in fact, there was even a DAT day yesterday, if I'm not mistaken, right? So tell us a little bit more about what's the conversation looking like, and what not your private ones, kind of the public conversation with the DATs. How is everyone looking at it right now?
Most definitely. I think the 2 questions on everyone's mind is M&A and share buyback. These are the financial tools essentially at your disposal as a DAT versus an ETF that stays indexing. And how good of a judgment and how active the management team is. Like, for example, when we started this, the pitch as a management team is that we've been Solana founders for a long time. We're nimble, we're fast, we know the protocols coming out and working with them. And I think giving not only DeFi access, but then also working with other DATs could be a next step in this DAT 2.0 evolution. A lot of people have been talking about M&A, whether directly of Solana companies via DAT or from separate DATs. I've been on various panels to share that I think mergers amongst DATs will take longer than expected. I think most people that come from banking understand that most of the time there's a lot of operational execution and other risks that are not baked in, and you rarely get imminent stock pops. So it really is dependent on how you see the people behind these digital asset treasuries and how they're going to manage it, how active. And most likely we'll see it in Q1 when you can actually see earnings reports and files.
So I think one of the things that you're saying here, if I'm hearing this correctly, is that one of the competitive edges that a DAT can have is their ability to cooperate and operate in the space. So whether it's let's say a SUI DAT or an Avalanche DAT or a Solana DAT, ideally you would want the founding team to be people who are deeply embedded in the ecosystem. And so to that end, I'd love for you to present the bull case to different protocols or teams on Solana. Why should they be working with STSS?
For sure. Well, you can replace, I think, STSS with any digital asset treasury. And what does a public company have at their disposal? They have distribution. You can file 8Ks, 10Qs. You have various things to file that a lot of traders and people have eyeballs on. So this immediately gives liquidity, and I would argue volume to a lot of protocols that are looking for users, which in the crowded digital asset space is really hard to get people's attention. So working with a public digital asset treasury company will already give you, I think, some level of distribution. And beyond that, what is the company set up and its asset is? Solana. And with that Solana, you could potentially provide that as direct liquidity or TVL into certain protocols as well, and give investors access on the public markets, which I think will be hard for certain investors to do and get, and be in Abu Dhabi and BREAKPOINT, be tapped in and speak to, run around to every protocol.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, like, obviously, there's a lot of interesting protocols that you could work with. Are there any favorites that you have that you think are interesting to talk to?
I think I'm still looking at product updates. Today is day one.
Yeah.
So I don't want to shade anyone by not dropping their names, competitor names, etc. But I would say the product updates I have seen here have honestly been amazing. And not to show too hard here, but one of the protocols speaking with is Sanctum, right? And you look at yield generation strategy, LSTs is probably one of the most important, and you guys run most of them. You guys help a lot of DATs run it as well. So I think being in touch with guys like Sanctum and protocol like Sanctum and seeing how we can work together, potentially new revenue generating events could occur. So
Yeah, sure. Right. And you know, BREAKPOINT is, you know, Solana's Super Bowl. You know, we have a lot of crazy updates that come around in this time of year. And I'm just kind of wondering, like, what category of updates are most exciting to you?
So being a Solana founder for the past 4 to 5 years in the ecosystem, most of the time it's what I can personally use as a consumer, right? I think neobanks is one of the top topics of discussion out here. Actually, I will drop a name, Squads. Yeah, I think they have Altitude under them, and they have
just right up there.
Exactly, they have Fuse Wallet under them. Fuse Wallet for consumer neobank. I use their card. You deposit stable coins in, just like Cash, just like Reap shout out, and you can spend anywhere in the world. The whole thing of you can't buy Starbucks with crypto, now you can. Other side is for businesses, even public companies, opening bank accounts potentially could have friction. If you don't know, how to set it up. Well, guys like Altitude, which is under Squads and 2B side, has been amazing, providing IBAN and other cross-border remittances functionality. So I think product updates like this that actually increase real-world Rails infrastructure for us as a company and users, some of the most important.
How do you think Solana has changed most significantly in 2025? Like, what's kind of the developments that you've seen? Like, every year it seems like there's a new narrative, right? Like, in the very, very beginning, it was like NFTs, and it kind of moved over to, stablecoin finance, a little bit of DeFi. And now we have perps this year. DATs are part of the conversation. Singapore was actually more than a year ago. It's been almost like 14 months since the last breakpoint. So I'm just kind of wondering, since the last breakpoint, what are some of the most, major developments that you've seen on the chain?
Number one is public companies, I would say. Solana and the NASDAQ. I see Solana at Wall Street almost every time I'm down there trying to do any media engagements. And that's probably been the most, bringing in institutions and Wall Street capital into this bridge. Before, every breakpoint has been around purely DeFi crypto announcements. I think now we're seeing a lot more crossover with institutions, and they're starting to show. You see guys from Franklin Templeton and various other large funds that are here that have dropped tokenized credit funds on Solana, right, or other RWA chains. So it's been interesting.
Why are you bullish on Solana?
It would be cliche to say the people, but truthfully, as a founder, if I didn't know the people at the foundation Solana on the APAC side, the Solar team, and to the US side, even dealing with DeFi, it will be really hard to run the business, even a previous business that I founded. So number one is the people. Number two, there is a metric that when I am talking about Solana to the public that people cannot sort of face out. If I say the amount of DEX volume we're doing, the amount of developers onboarded, the amount of new protocols coming out, people can disregard that. But there's one number, whether it's Web 2 or Web 10, and that's revenue. Solana in a quarter did 900 mil of revenue, right? Not to even compare that with anyone. Ethereum did 300 mil. And we all know how cheap the fees of Solana is. So just revenue numbers and some of these things that can resonate with the public, very important. Just another statistic is, I recently saw the CEO of Bitwise speak on how much time advisors actually have to spend on crypto every week, and it's 5 hours. So if you boil that down, of the no, sorry, 5 hours spent on portfolio management, and of that, there's only a very small percentage based on the crypto allocation, say 1 to 2%. So that boils down to 3 minutes a day that they have to spend on crypto. You need bite-sized content for them to digest, which is why I think a lot of time Ethereum took off. It's a Wall Street coin, stablecoin chain, right? Bitcoin, digital gold. These easy to understand narratives. Solana now is coming up with these easy to digestible narratives, even being so much more nascent than Ethereum, that's 11 years old, Bitcoin 17-year-old, Solana at 5 years. So I think these sort of plays are very important, and us founders being all together is where the narratives can come out.
Dude, I'm telling you, like, it not only are the revenue chain, but I think I said this in KBW as well. I like to think of us as the unicorn chain.
Unicorn chain.
This
yes.
is where billion-dollar businesses are built, right? So, you think about the internet, right? What you're really talking about is Solana infrastructure, right? I mean, you look at some of the assets that are being launched on Solana today. If you told me last year in 2024 that Monad will be doing their launch on Solana, I would have told you that you were high out of your mind because there's no way that, I mean, like Monad has a lot of synergy with Solana, so don't get me wrong, but that they would focus on a launch on a so-called competing L1, right?
EVM, right?
Yeah, and it's like so that's why Solana is becoming the everything chain, right? Like this is just the rails. Even Bitcoin is the asset, but Solana is the infrastructure, right? And that should be the same for any asset, whether that be DZ or whether that be, obviously
any L1 that is launching, coming out. I think everyone looks at the liquidity that is concentrated and that is on Solana. Axiom, Photon, Pump Fund, the quickest companies in the history of YC even to reach 100 million revenue, all happening on Solana.
Yeah.
So the unicorn chain, I think, would be the correct placement.
Yeah, exactly. Well, James, thank you so much for your time and all the work that you do for the ecosystem. Is there any last words that you'd like to say for folks? What do you want them to know about STSS? What's that bite-sized little piece you want them to know?
I would say if you're looking for access to Solana, if you're looking at this podcast, you probably own Solana yourself already. So don't worry about STSS. But if you are looking for an active management team in Solana, increasing your Solana per share and access to the ecosystem, can take a look at Sharks Technology.
All right. James Zhang, the strategic advisor to STSS. Thank you so much for joining us in Abu Dhabi. And you have a good one, man.
Appreciate you. Thank you.
All right, folks, we're going to continue this 6-hour stream in about 14 minutes. One more thank you to James for sparing his very valuable time. And of course, our boys Yusuf and Kali for helping us with the stream. All right.
All right, GM live stream. We're back with the next interview, so let's get this started. 1, 2, 3. Welcome to Soul Brothers with myself, Simon, and today with Celine, who's joining us from SNS, and we're going to chat a little bit about SNS, about Celine's background, and about Breakpoint as well, potentially. So, Celine, welcome to the show.
Thank you for having me. I just said this is my first time as an interviewee, so I'm excited.
Feels different, right?
It does.
But-
I feel more nervous being an interviewer than an interviewer.
Essentially, we're just having a conversation, like you and me, with a few mics between us.
Yes, and a few
But
lines.
that's how I do podcasts.
Yeah.
I just told it to someone else as well before this, to Casey. The best podcasts, in my opinion, appear out of curiosity
Yes.
when the interviewer actually wants to know shit
Yes.
and not just ask some stupid ass question. Right?
And luckily we're friends, right?
Luckily,
So
we're
that
friends
helps
as well. And luckily, I don't know anything about you that goes beyond SNS, really. Like,
That's
I know
true.
you're from South Africa, but I don't really, there's
Yeah,
like
that's
a
the
lot of.
first time we met.
We didn't, exactly. So we didn't have like a, sit down properly where
No.
we could talk. So actually, this is a great opportunity. So I'm gonna catch you off guard right now and ask you a little bit about your personal background before we start to talk a little bit more about SNS. Celine, is that your real name?
That's my real
Yeah,
name.
okay, I don't know.
A lot
You're
of
from South Africa.
I am from South
That
Africa.
is good to know. You are also from Joburg. Is that the?
No, I'm from Cape Town. I'm
Okay.
actually originally from a country right above South Africa called Namibia.
Yeah.
But when I say that to people, they're like, where the fuck is that?
Yeah.
Oh, we're allowed to swear. Shit. Ah, I just did it again.
That's actually
Beep.
very it's okay.
Yeah, so I'm from Namibia, but
Yeah, I
when
wouldn't.
people ask, I just say South Africa. It's easier,
Okay.
less questions.
You also moved to South Africa, I guess, at some point in your life.
Yes. When I went to high school, I went to South Africa. Namibia is quite tiny. Not a lot of
Yeah.
experiences, not a lot of excellent schools, universities.
How long did you stay there? Like, how old were you when you left Namibia?
14. And then I went to high school. Or 13.
How
I
was
went
it
to
to
high
grow
school.
up in that country? What is it like? What is the? Do you guys have streets?
I told someone
Where do
the
I
other
even
day, I was
start?
like, no worries, we have running water. It's a different lifestyle. It almost feels a bit more primitive. It's a developing country.
Yeah, that's
So
fine.
it's different.
So it's a fair question actually that I asked you guys.
Yes, yes,
Okay.
of course.
Don't
So
want to be
now
offensive.
it almost feels funny now because with crypto you live a very glamorous life compared to what I used to live.
Hell yeah.
Right? You travel everywhere, you live
Yeah.
in nice hotels, you get to experience different cultures. Money ranges from Twitter reply guys to the biggest CEOs. I mean, we just ran into Binance CEO,
Yeah,
right? So
yeah,
it's a heap of different people. But I think what I really love from my experience growing up in Namibia is that I get to appreciate this.
Yeah.
But I've sense it slipping away slowly because you get accustomed to this life you live or the different lives that you live. But yeah, it was a fun time. Moved to South Africa, finished my school years there, did university there, couldn't find a job,
Mm.
and then joined crypto.
Mm. So crypto kind of helped you to find work as well. Is that fair to say?
Yes, so I was finishing my master's in organizational psychology. Can you believe
wow.
it? Yeah.
Organizations and psychology.
And when I graduated, it was COVID.
Oh.
And you have to do in South Africa, you need to do an intern year.
Mm.
And there was just a lack of internships to do because you couldn't work in office,
Yeah.
right? And someone introduced me to Bonfida back in the day, which now rebranded to SNS.
Yeah.
And I began as a customer support. But I thought crypto was Bitcoin. I didn't know anything. I was so confused. So I actually rang the interviewer and I was like, dude, I'm so sorry. I can't do this. I tried to study for this interview. And he's like, that's exactly the type of person we want, an honest one. I was like, damn, you guys
Great.
you
I did
guys are
something right.
different. I'll join. And yeah, that's kind of where my SNS career
Wow, started. Yeah. So
on
you,
Discord.
is it? Oh yeah, you basically started at the very end tail of what you can do,
Literally.
which is
literally.
customer support. Now we call them kind of community moderators or whatever. And that is, I think, a great way to break into the scene as well, because
agree.
technically everyone can do it, right? Like you only need this like interconnection, computer, and a bit of people skills and language, and you can do it, right? And then how did you get from that level to the next level? Because I'm like now you're at a very different stage
Yes.
with when it comes to SNS. What's your official role?
Head of communications.
Head of communication. So basically, that's a beautiful journey from like the down there, from
Yeah.
don't get me wrong, but like community
Down
mod,
there,
like, and then from how do you say in America, from the cleaner of the
Oh,
dishes
Janet. Oh,
to
well.
the riches, from rags to riches.
Yes.
That's
There
kind
we
of
go.
the theme,
There we
right?
go. We're trying to use American analogies, and not both of us are
Right,
American.
okay. I know it in German, but so basically you came from like simple position to now head of comms. How do you get to the next level inside that organization?
Yeah, good question. I was used to working a lot. I wrote my dissertation or my thesis, so being online and being committed wasn't something strange to me. I was doing my online work for a long time, so it kind of overlapped as well.
Yeah.
And I think it's mostly the dedication. I was used to
Yeah.
working hard, and that's the nature of people that work on Solana. You don't have to know too much as long as you're ambitious. You have a steep learning curve that always pays off.
Yeah.
So yeah, I started rewriting documentation. You start to see when there's issues, right?
Yeah.
And if you don't, as long as you take initiative to fix certain things,
That's cool.
it's helpful.
Yeah.
So I started writing documentation, slowly moved to writing blogs. Then I was like, oh, we could maybe step up our Twitter game. My founder at the time was like, yes, please help. Just started doing that. And then you just slowly start doing more and more and more until you start capitalizing a role. And I guess that's what happened.
Yeah.
There was no real formal change. And
Actually, yeah, it's very interesting. Actually, that's a great journey because you worked yourself up into a new role almost naturally.
yes,
So at some point, everyone was like, "Wait a second, she can't be just, like she's doing the things of that level,
Exactly.
while her title is this level.
Exactly.
So let's just make her that." So that makes a lot of sense. I think that's the best way to level up in a company
Mhm.
by just, already doing the things that you're supposed to do at the next level
And
before
then-
you have it.
yes. And
You're
then
automatically gonna get it.
exactly. And then you just slowly not start having time for things that are perhaps lower priorities in your role, and that's when you kind of drop the customer support,
Yeah.
move up a little bit or move up. But one thing to attest to customer support, I think everyone working in crypto should have experience in customer support, because even when you are head of communications or whatever, you still spend a lot of time with your users. Like even
Yeah.
doing this, we're communicating with our users, and if you don't know how to do that, and you don't know how to be patient, and you don't know how to listen, I think you'll struggle wherever you're at, unless you're a back-end dev.
Obviously, you don't have to. You have a
Yeah,
different set of
you're-
responsibilities.
you're
But
okay.
As soon
you're
as you're
okay.
like in marketing, operations, anything that's kind of a bit more outgoing
Yeah.
and user facing, I think it makes a lot of sense. And then, what would you say is like something you really enjoy doing in your work
Yes.
these days? Like, what are you good at? And then at the same time, usually it's the same thing. What do you also enjoy doing really much when it comes to the scope of work?
That's a good question. I hate it. No, I really enjoy my job. It's just figuring out what my favorite part is. I didn't do a lot of media facing
Mhm.
things in the past, because when I started, it was a trend to be very anonymous.
Yeah. Fair.
So even with spaces, it was weird because there was a lot of security concerns. There still are, but I don't know why it was such a weird thing.
Yeah.
No one showed their face back in the day. I don't know if you recall. And
Of course.
you didn't know what anyone looked like. Everyone was a PFP. So now it took me a while to get comfortable with it. But
Mhm.
being on podcast, being able to chat to you like this, humanizing the brand,
cool, right?
creating content in
Fun.
this way is fun. And I feel like we're connecting with people on a different level.
Yeah.
So I really love the community work. And
cool.
I've recently niched into communications.
Yeah.
So
Like outgoing, like facing actually
yes,
the
yes,
users in
yes.
yeah,
And hopefully
in
you'll
media
see
work.
you'll see more of it.
Yeah.
And I find it quite challenging as well, because every time it's a different environment. I mean, yeah, it's big lights, there's people around.
Hmm.
You need to kind of drop the ego
Yep.
a little bit and humble yourself. But that's what I'm really enjoying. What I'm good at, I don't know. Maybe I'm not as good at this, but I do enjoy hanging out with the community. So maybe
Mhm.
being a bit more on the personable side, I guess.
Can I say what you're good at?
Please go for it.
I would.
Of course you can.
I would say the head of comms fits you very well because you're a very good communicator.
Oh, thank you.
You know, like also like personality wise, that's usually the thing. Like that's why I said it's usually the same thing: the thing you're good at and the thing you're enjoying.
Yeah.
Because if you're good at something, you enjoy doing it as well. In my opinion, you should double down on that strength.
Yes.
Right.
yes.
Instead of like being, I'm already good at it. Let me try to fix some other issue that I suck at.
True that.
Maybe like just double down on your strengths, right?
Mm.
Instead of always working on your weaknesses. It's kind of a controversial thing. A lot of people say, whenever I have weaknesses, then get rid of them, work
Yeah.
on them, right? But in my opinion, if you're a good communicator, then double down on it, go out there, communicate. And you guys you do your live stream,
Yes.
which is like a weekly thing by now, or
Yes,
what's the
yes.
case? Yeah.
Sometimes it depends how busy we are, right?
Okay.
Because it takes a while to set up and do, especially. I mean, you would know, right?
We do it every single week.
Yes,
Yeah.
it's a full-time job. It's
Yeah.
a full-time job. So I do have other responsibilities. So sometimes it depends on
Sure.
what time of the year it
So
is
there's
and what we're
no
building.
cadence right now where people can expect
It's
this.
bi-weekly.
Bi-weekly, okay.
with my co-host, so it's called The Kitchen, and that's a lot of fun.
Yeah.
And it started off with a Discord town hall, so we
Yep.
have that
A lot of
weekly,
times.
and then yeah, and then a lot of people started enjoying it, and we're like, fuck it, why don't we take this to Twitter and show our faces? Maybe people would enjoy it as well, and now they do, which is work because now I've committed to this and I need to show up, but I love it.
It's cool. Yeah, I think that's something you should probably keep doing because I think it fits your role as well, and it's an important part of the whole company.
Yes.
SNS has a strong community. Like there's a lot of people, and it comes naturally with the product because it is an identity product. So people identify with the product because it's literally their ID on chain, right? So you have what do we say? What are some metrics right now? Do you have anything top of head? Like how many holders do you have? How many domain
I think
holders
we're
are
around
there?
500K.
So it's like definitely 3-digit thousands, like
Yes, 500K
registered domains.
and we're probably nearing about 250 to 300K unique users.
Nice.
I haven't checked in a while because we did the $1 domain campaign as well.
Yeah.
So a lot of growth there,
Yes.
of course. And then with the airdrop campaign,
Yep.
there were a lot of new users too. So the growth this year was incredible.
Yeah, I saw that.
And that was our goal, right?
Yeah.
A strong community initiative because SNS has kind of floated for a while. It's an infrastructure layer, and to be fair, sometimes it does get a little bit difficult keeping it exciting all the time.
I mean,
right?
it's a fairly straightforward product.
It is. It
with
is.
like what else can you do? Is the question, and that is actually a good question, and it's probably one for but I don't know if you have a take on it that you're allowed to say as well, but. For the future, do you think like SNS should really stay the way it is right now and double down on, hey, we're replacing pub keys with domains. We make your on-chain identity readable for humans and integrate everywhere, right? It's a feasible solution.
It's a solid strategy.
Solid pitch, right? Or do you think there's more? Like, do you think there's anything above the horizon that we're not looking at right now that you maybe internally talk with the team, or that you hear from home, or that you have your personal opinion on? What else can SNS do? Essentially, is the question. Do you have any thoughts on that?
That's a great question because it's something that we're discussing internally all the time. Because realistically, as you mentioned, we can cut down on staff, go into low maintenance mode, make sure the product works well, continue with steady integrations on Solana, and it could work, right? Does that sound fun? Does that sound like something everyone wants to work on? It's not exciting, but there's a big realm for decentralized identity, and this ranges from conversations like the network state and a digital passport. So it's different ways we can innovate, but then also times change so quickly. So you could commit to something today, we're talking about it, and I can tell you this would work or this wouldn't work, and we'll wake up the next morning and there's a different trend. For me, what I'm really enjoying, and I think what we've been focusing on for a while, is the identity layer of it all. It used to be a really fun tradable asset, NFT. We saw that kind of die down as well. Well, we won't talk about the market or anything of the sort right now. But the identity layer works well. So what can we do? Do we pursue websites? Do we explore collaboration with Web 2 opportunities? How do we expand that? How do we make that seamless, right? So there's still a lot of work to do when you're considering something like Web 2, because there's different standards. On the one hand, you have ICANN. On the other hand, you don't really have a protocol or certain procedures. And how do we mesh this? So we have the opportunity to kind of break the barriers there. Once again, I can try to make that sound exciting. It's not super exciting, but nor is stable coins, right? But it works and it's relevant and it's doing well.
The easier the use case, the better.
And what's fun about that is it's institutionalizing it. It's not just a flimsy protocol on Web3. I'm not pointing fingers at anyone, but there's a lot of things that rise up and then kind of dies down. But because this is so stable, you get to explore these really exciting opportunities on the Web 2 side, or should we form something on the Web 3 side that's sort of like a coalition or not? So I'm saying a lot without really saying anything because I'm trying to be careful, but I guess you could tell where the direction is heading.
Yes.
But I would also be lying if I'm telling you
we got it all figured out.
We've got it all figured out. And I think if someone says that, they're full of shit.
Especially in that stage of the company.
Yes.
Like we're still in a very fast-paced space here in crypto. Things are changing a lot, and it's good to have a compass and to have it set. And obviously, I like the idea of identity and moving in that direction more and more. And there's so many colors to it, to the topic of ID. A lot of people don't really know what identity really means, and there's different definitions for it as well, right? And there's a lot of stuff you can solve in that segment. We personally didn't find product market fit with a lot of identity related products when we started with Solana ID, because domains were already taken, which is the most straightforward use case,
Yeah.
really, and just replacing the pub key. But it's also, in my opinion, not true identity because it is it's replacing pub key with a human readable key. But
It is.
above that, you don't have any claims that you can attest to or prove to that are more like real world centered, you know,
Yes.
like age and verifications of
Yes.
these kind of things, which is probably more closer to an identity, right? But there's this kind of business you could tap into, which is more like KYB, KYC, and all these kind of more classical identity use cases. And then there's what Solana is doing, is more like the reputation layer
Yes.
and the behavior of on-chain wallets and so on. Also something you can tap into. So I think there's lots of directions. It requires good leadership with a good kind of
Exactly.
product team that can focus us forward, and someone that can listen to the market and the users to understand it. So very complex topic. I think 2026 is going to be an interesting year for SNS,
Yes.
directional,
definitely. They-
because we're going to see what
Exactly.
comes out of these
Exactly,
conversations.
because
Yeah.
this year was very high paced.
Yeah.
And an airdrop, building the infrastructure
Yeah,
for that,
talking about
reconnecting with the community.
Yeah.
You just move forward. You're either
Totally.
fixing something, building something, or whatever the case might be.
Yeah.
And now it's stable. We have the SNS token.
You
We
can
have
build
a
on top of it.
reactivated community, and then sometimes it's quite daunting. You know, you're like, oh, okay, lock in. It's like
Yeah.
forward thinking now. We have this huge community, and like you said, there's really complex problems to solve, but that's what makes it exciting. And it's funny you mentioned KYC because a lot of people talk about identity, this and adding different layers to it, but then you present it to users sometimes, and they're like, "No, but this is Web3. We don't want to do things like this."
Sure.
So, what's fun about domain names is that we've minimized what identity really means.
It's very non-invasive. because it's just
Non-invasive.
like,
And but then when you want to grow it, you become a little bit more invasive, and maybe it's time to push the users a little bit to see how comfortable are you with this idea of identity, right? And not a lot of people are. But I mean, we just chatted about it. More people are showing their faces. More people are coming into the realms of media, and maybe that's what we needed for people to be comfortable to share more IRL bits and bobs with us.
honestly, we do have the tools in crypto to keep things private and yet work them out. Like that's literally engraved in a lot of technology that we're building. It starts from zero knowledge proofs, it goes all the way to multi-party computation and trusted execution environments. Like we have the tech actually in the space, right? We just need to kind of put it in a product that is very
Package it.
appealing, package it in something that's appealing for the users and easy to use.
Yes.
That has been a problem in the past with all identity and privacy related topics. They're just so clunky and they add too much friction. And I've been saying this a lot when I talked about identity, and it's always that people do identify themselves online when it needs to be done to get a job done
Yes.
that they really need to get done.
Yes.
So you don't even question showing your passport at the airport because you want to get to that other country. So why the fuck would you say, no, I'm not going to show you my passport?
Such a good analogy.
Right? Like
you don't
it's-
question showing your passport.
So it's just a gate opener, the ID document, right? And you do it because you have to do it to get the job done, right? And we need it as a society because it adds security and it adds, it has obviously some benefits to it. But it is also slightly broken here and there in Web 2. And
Not slightly,
it is
it's
fairly broken. And
broken.
there's also a direction in which it could go that is not nice, which a lot of surveillance and a lot of non-privacy enabled technologies. So I think we do actually have a responsibility almost here in this space to push technologies that are a bit more privacy preserving without having the UX suck.
Yes.
Fairly speaking. So lots to do in the next years and months to come. That could go beyond domain names, right?
Yes.
But so far, I think SNS at least has very clear product market fit in that sector.
That helps.
Based on the numbers, right, and company
That
success.
helps.
And yeah, it's also has been good to get to know you a little bit. But
thank you. Thank
I think
you.
we'll wrap it up for now.
Yes.
If there's anything SNS related right now towards the end of the year that people should look out to.
I can share, and this might be a complete mind twirl. I know I've been talking about identity, which I'm personally really excited about, but this is still a tradable asset and people want to make money from it, right? And I think that's the beauty of SNS because we have different layers of that. So in Q1, hopefully in January, we will be launching Marketplace V2 or the SNS Marketplace V2, which is a really transparent trading experience, one that's faster. So it's really easy for people to kind of, whether they arbitrage a domain or whatever.
Trade
it might
domains
be,
like tokens.
No, exactly. And some
Pretty
people,
cool.
that's why some people like domains.
For sure.
I mean, that's why some people buy .coms.
Oh, in
So-
Web 2, huge business.
So while we are excited about the identity realm of it, we are
Mm.
still very, very aware that there are traders of domains that we will
That's cool.
be accommodating. So that's a little bit of alpha. Hopefully January 2026.
Nice. We're gonna look out for it for Q1. Let's keep it for Q1.
Yeah, Q1. Let me not overcommit. Oh my, smack me.
Exactly, yeah.
Be careful.
But Q1 sounds feasible. So, ladies and gents, and everyone in between, make sure to follow SNS on Twitter at Solana Name Service, I guess.
At SNS.
Oh, at SNS, you have
Yeah,
the
easy.
perfect ticket. So at SNS, and you can also check out Celine, who's also on Twitter. What your handle is?
Not like Dion.
Okay,
You
not
get
like the yeah, very good. So we got that as well on Twitter. So check it out. Make sure to subscribe to Solve Brother Spot if you like our content on YouTube at Solve Brother Spot, and we'll see you in the next one. Thanks for tuning in. Bye bye. Awesome. Cut. We can turn off the cams. Thank you, live stream audience, for being with us. We're going to go in another break for another 10 to 15 minutes until we have the next guest over here. So see you in a bit.
That was so much fun.
Already live. Welcome back to the live stream. We're getting started here for the next interview. While Yusuf is giving us the other mic setup, let's do a quick mic check. Check, check. 1, 2, 1, 2. Check, check. Sounds good.
Check 1 2. Check 1 2. Check check.
Good. Sounds good. All right. We're recording. We're live. We're locked in with Emon or Emon?
Emon.
Emon.
Yeah.
Damn, almost sounds like my German name, which is Simon.
Your German name is Simon. Okay,
Yeah.
wow, close by. Yeah.
Because that's how you pronounce Simon in Germany.
It's Simon. That's
Simon,
funny.
like a,
Yeah.
you know,
Emon
very-
and Simon.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's a very soft
Yeah.
kind of pronunciation we have in German, which doesn't match the normal language. Where you from? Are you like you're American or?
I was born in LA, but my name is Persian.
There you go.
Iranian. Yeah.
Yeah, I can. Okay, now I can tell a little bit.
Yeah.
There's like some,
There's some Middle
Persian,
Eastern in here
uh-huh.
somewhere. Exactly.
but Arabic, you're not probably.
No, but it's funny. Iman is an Arabic word.
Cool.
It means like belief.
Okay.
But I think my parents just liked the way it sounded, which is how I ended up here.
I love it.
Yeah.
Ready to roll? Okay, 3, 2, 1. Welcome to Soul Brothers Pod with myself, Simon, and today I am joined by Iman from Solana Incubator. who's
Thank you for having
right
me,
here.
Simon.
I'm very happy to talk to you, Iman. We are at BREAKPOINT, the biggest breakpoint ever in existence.
It's crazy.
I would say. Did you
Yeah.
experience other breakpoints before this?
Yeah, this is my 4th breakpoint.
Oh.
And it being here, I mean, all breakpoints are incredible in different ways, but being at the stadium, the arena, it's just, I was blown away when I first walked in
Right.
and saw absolute cinema and the chairs, and it's really incredible to see us get to this point.
When did you join Solana? Like, when did you first kind of, as a user, as anything, when
Yeah.
did you touch the blockchain first?
So I first heard the word Solana, I
Yeah.
think in 2020.
Okay, super early.
Super early. I was running my own startup at the time.
Cool.
And someone who was sort of connected was telling me about it. Hey, you should dig in, you should get involved. So I did a little bit of research and looking at that time, but it wasn't until I officially left my company and joined Solana Labs in January, February of 2022
Okay.
was when I first joined.
That's when you got your hands dirty when it comes to
Exactly.
Solana work.
Exactly.
And you, like, let's use the 2022 moment there, because by then I think you already had a bit of a better understanding of Solana, what it is back then. Did you envision this to be already happening 3 years from then? Like, it's possible that you like something like this kind of scope really, because this arena can take 30,000 people. Right now we have 7,000 attendees that sign up to it. We have like a huge stage. You have big names on stage.
So I think, and I've done a lot of work in the Ethereum world as well. And back then, Solana was this tight knit community. A lot of the developers knew each other, were working together. And I think there was always the fear that as the community grows, things would fracture. It would be, not in a bad way, but it would be more siloed and less of this sort of communal atmosphere. And so the fact that, 4 years later, we're still all together, all building in the same direction and able to come and fill this arena and be all together, I think it's amazing, and it speaks testament to the work that Raj and Toli have done to sort of keep the community together, the work that every community member does to be a part of this super team, et cetera. So it's really amazing to see.
Now, let me ask you one thing before we go a little bit more on the incubator questions. Are you more nostalgic and even sad that these days are over, where you know everyone and it's a bit not tight knit, and it was a good time, right? Like, it was a good time to build, and not everyone was looking at the ecosystem yet. We didn't have all the bad press that we have now as well, with Trump launching his meme coins and all the shit that comes with that. But then, are you more sad and nostalgic about that, or is your excitement about the institutional adoption and the because now it's big, like everyone is looking at Solana now. We have big names integrating with us and launching their stablecoins on Solana. Does the excitement overpower the nostalgic sadness?
Yeah, it's a great question. I've never been more excited, honestly. Like,
Okay.
I think there's never been a better time to build on Solana.
Let's go.
From an institutional, from a regulatory standpoint, it feels like the permission and the acceptance is finally here, whereas 3 or 4 years ago, it was much more difficult. Even being, here, there's so many people here, obviously, but also the more time you spend in the network, the more people you know and the more relationships you have. So this really feels like a reunion in a lot of ways as well. And so I think 4 years from now, we'll look back on this time and feel nostalgic about it as well.
Probably.
So no, I've never been more excited for the network.
Hell yeah. So one concern I have a little bit, not even personally, but because some of my normie friends that are really smart, told me that. And I talked recently with an investor that has been very active in the internet bubble and before that as well. So in the whole internet boom, and he compared, and I don't know if I like it, and I hope you don't like it as well. He compared Solana and blockchains and so on a little bit with what happened back in the day with, like, let's say, internet explorers and like browsers, basically, because we had a lot of early browsers back then that were like, that looked like they're going to capture all the attention. They're going to blow up, you know, and they're never going to die. Because that's what I described to him when I talked about the Solana thesis. And I was like, yeah, we ain't going nowhere. Like, we're here to stay, right? But he was like, well, Simon, don't underestimate, you know, markets, and there can always come into play that you didn't see coming, and they overthrow Solana, and then Solana's gone, right? It happened to browsers back in the day, could happen to Solana. And it made me think, and I love to be proven wrong. I have very strong opinions on Solana, but they are loosely held, and if someone convinces me otherwise, but that made me kind of think, like, is there actually, am I in a bubble? Right? In my bubble thinking, is it possible that someone could throw Solana from the throne? It is probably possible, but how feasible is it really? What's your take on it?
So I think it's really important to believe that it's very possible, meaning that complacency is the thing that kills startups, kills companies.
Right.
And I think we always have to be asking ourselves as a network, what's the next thing? Both what's the thing that could kill Solana, but also what are the next opportunities that we need to feel ambitious enough to go after and continue to innovate ourselves out of what we were yesterday into what we're going to be tomorrow. And so I think it's actually great to have a little bit of that fear and not, you know, hang our hats on the fact that we've been so successful, but also know that, hey, any day someone else can come, some other paradigm can come. And so how do we keep iterating to protect and to grow what we've built?
And why can we do that? Why is Solana primed to succeed on that quest?
I think for me, it's because of the developer community. I think everything comes back to developers. And when you have the builders on the network, when the builders actually care and they're both aligned with sort of the success of the network, but also with like the mission of the network, that allows you to stay very nimble and to iterate and to pursue anything that you want to pursue. So to me, it all comes back to developers.
Cool. I've seen some stats recently, and maybe they're not right. Maybe you have better stats, but the recent Y Combinator batches didn't include a lot of crypto startups. And I was wondering why, because we do have very exciting use cases here in this industry. And I felt like maybe is all the excitement gone? I looked at a chart called social awareness, and it measures like YouTube, Google Trends, a lot of social metrics, Twitter, across various channels. And it showed that we're at an all-time low of social awareness and in the society, I guess, based on these factors, internet estimates of numbers, when it comes to crypto. So how do we get out of there? And why is it that Y Combinator has like 50, 100, I don't know how many startups are in one batch, but like lots of them and almost no crypto startups in there? Like,
yeah, and I don't know what the latest numbers are on the Y Combinator front specifically, but building in crypto is really hard. And there's so many crypto-specific things that you need to know, whether it's the relationships with other builders, whether it's market makers, whether it's something else, that I think it's also partially a product market fit thing where we had seen things like Y Combinator. We know that they're supporting startups and they're doing a great job, but we also asked ourselves, is there more we can be doing in a Solana specific way to really support companies and make them as successful as they can be? And so that's what drove the founding of the incubator program, which I run. You also have amazing things like Coliseum, like Alliance DAO, et cetera. And I think it's shown that, yes, success can come through the Y Combinators of the world, but also I think if you have folks who really know crypto well and are embedded in the space, it can also make a really big difference for these new up and coming teams.
For sure, yeah. Let's talk a little bit about Incubator itself, obviously, as well. So you're running Solana Incubator, which is an initiative led by Solana Labs. That's fair to say. And it is a program for builders that takes up to 6 teams at a time. Is that correct? 6 teams at a time. They run through a 3-month program in New York. Right? They have to be present. They also subsidized to be present. And they're basically guided through building in a sprint, let's say, leading towards demo day where they can present as well. What are some of the goals that you want people to achieve during these three months?
Yeah, it's a great question. So, and I think it's important to know the history here a little bit as well, where as you know, Solana Labs built a lot of the early products and protocols of the network, built the original validator client. But as all these amazing developers have come into the network, as the network has grown, we didn't need to be the ones building anything building everything anymore. And so we sort of asked ourselves, what's the right way to scale our knowledge, our expertise across the ecosystem, with the goal of helping create the next blue chip company on Solana, the next Phantom, the next Jupiter. And that's where this notion of the incubator came from, is can we bring a very small number of teams in, 4 to 6 teams max, work with them extremely closely, basically build alongside them in our Solana office to help them become more successful. And so you ask kind of what are the goals for these teams when they come in. Because the reason we keep the program so small is that we try to craft the program around the needs of each specific team. And what that means is we really pride ourselves in sort of this notion of these teams are actually building alongside Solana Labs. And so what that might mean is for one team 1 week, they might be working through user experience design. And so we might bring the head of design in to jump into their Figma to leave feedback. Another week, marketing strategy. The head of marketing will come in, we'll leave comments, we'll figure out how do we actually execute on that strategy, hopefully all within that week. And so our goal is to make this the most productive 3 months of these companies' life from like an A to B perspective. Each of the teams says up front, hey, here are the things we're hoping to accomplish over the course of these 3 months. We try to hold them very true to that in terms of checking in, setting the goals, seeing the metrics, and making sure they're growing. And then on top of that, we have all of the traditional Y Combinator elements that we have 90 plus events, workshops, office hours, etc., that they can take advantage of. And then the final thing I'll just say is the thing that we didn't realize cohort 1, we're about to be on cohort 4, but the thing we didn't realize that would be so impactful to these teams is actually being in the same room as all these other amazing builders, the top founders in the ecosystem, where your cohort kind of becomes this family in a way. And now years afterwards, these teams are still really close and supporting each other. And so that's kind of how I think about the basis for the program.
Cool. Yeah. I mean, I can tell from, like, I'm a builder myself. I talk to other builders. Incubator is obviously one of the kind of top protocols. For me, it sounds like paradise. As a founder, especially if you build on Solana. Amazing. And I talked to Trex earlier from Seedplex. He's a good friend, fellow Lucid Drake as well. And he said it was great, like for them as well. You do the whatever, as you say, like whatever stage you're in, doesn't really matter because you can do the best. You will do the best out of it, right, for you, and it's customized as well. And I think what's most important is that you have this dedicated time to really sprint through it with your team. Like we're distributed anyway, so it's very rare that we're 3 months in the same spot.
Yeah, and that's the other big thing is we kind of force people to come together in person. And there's just so many benefits of being in person, both with your own team and kind of at the nexus of the Solana ecosystem, where you have Solana Labs, Foundation, Onza, one floor above you. You have the ecosystem floor. You have teams like Dialect, Tiplink, now Fin, Artemis, etc., Drift, all right there. And so you really feel like you're at the hub of the network. And it kind of inspires you to, hey, how can we go heads down and be as successful as we can?
Damn, well, you're setting it very good. So let's go to the last bit of the questions here. How do we get in there? Because it is probably highly competitive if you have only 6 teams. How many applications do you do? Maybe I start there.
Yeah, it's extremely competitive. We have multiple hundreds of applications, and so it's really hard to narrow that down to the 6 teams that we actually want to work with.
So what do you look at? Let me. I need to drill down. If you have more than 200 teams, let's say that pile out, and you have 6 to select, it is not easy to go through these applications and make decisions, right?
For sure.
So how do I even stick out there?
Yeah, so I think the things that we look for, one, we have to really believe in the team. Ideally, a technical team, really hungry. Do we see the founder market fit for what they're doing? 2, ideally, we want to see some level of traction, and it doesn't have to be, hey, we've raised a ton of funding or anything like that, but do you have a product out there? Have you shown at least good iterations in developing the thing? Have you raised some funding? Just some level of traction where we can say, hey, it's at least past the idea stage and we have something we can go off of to feel like, hey, there's something here potentially. And then the third one is, do we actually want to work with you? Like, are you a good person? Are you going to contribute to the cohort? Are you someone that we want to be in the weeds with for 3 months and that we could see really contributing to the experience of the other teams? So I think those are the major 3 things that we look for. But we also tend to be very stage agnostic as well, where cohort 2, we had a team like Marinade that everyone knows that obviously has been super successful. We're able to still support on some of the efforts that they wanted to work on the program. Cohort 1, we had Sanctum before they've become Sanctum, this huge company in the ecosystem. And so we try to be stage agnostic, and it's more about hitting those 3 qualities that we look for.
Okay, I think it's very founder centric, very team centric.
Yeah.
Would you agree that that's maybe even the most impossible thing to look at when you look at a early stage company and you evaluate all the things like business model, product market fit, traction. You have to check boxes as a VC, right? Then there's team. Is that the one that kind of?
I think it is because and for two reasons. One, crypto is constantly evolving, and so who knows what's going to happen, what paradigm is going to be the next thing. And we can be thesis driven, and we try to be slightly thesis driven, but it's hard to get that completely right.
Yeah.
And then also two, it's companies iterate, companies pivot, and it's more having a belief in the company themselves, in the team themselves, what they're going to be able to do. Are they going to stick with it? Are they diligent? Are they thoughtful about how they approach things? Then having the perfect idea and us just believing that idea day one. The idea, obviously, when we think about idea, we want it to be something that we can see being really impactful to the Solana ecosystem and driving positive things to the network. But I think team still is the most important piece.
Oh yeah. Okay. Cool. Then wrapping it up, 19th of December would
Yes.
be the deadline.
So applications are out for cohort 4 right now.
Yeah.
December 19th is the deadline. You can
Cool.
check it out at solanaincubator.com. So definitely recommend getting an application in. At Incubator is our handle on Twitter if anyone wants to follow along. I'm at Iman Motamedi on Twitter. But yeah, December 19th. So definitely recommend getting an application.
All right, guys. Iman already did the outro for me. Normally I give you the handles. Now you got the handles already. So check out everything about Incubator. The handle is really easy. At Incubator, OG handle. Like you have to find this. And if you see this on time, then you can apply until the 19th and also take a look at the current batch. I think very exciting companies that came out of there. So it's a good thing as well to check these case studies. So Iman, thank you so much for your time. Appreciate it to come on to Soul Brothers. And if you're listening right now, make sure to subscribe to Soul Brothers Pod on YouTube and check out the other videos where we cover all the latest and greatest on Solana. See you in the next one.
Awesome. Thank you, Simon.
Cool. All right, live stream. Quick break. We're going to be right back with something else that's going to happen. Iman, thanks.
Welcome to Abu Dhabi 2025. What a good time to be alive. We're here at BREAKPOINT with, of course, the best and the brightest on Solana. And of course, we're telling the story of what it's looked like in the Solana landscape. And the last interview that we have for today is the most substantive one. Of course, it is with our friend Parker from DFDV. Sometimes we call this deep fucking DeFi value. Am I right, my friend?
That's right. That's what the hat says.
So Parker, tell the people a little bit about yourself. I know you're the CIO/COO of DFDV, but what else should they know? Tell the people what they want.
Yeah, look, DFDV, as many of you may know now, a NASDAQ public company, the first Solana treasury vehicle. So we launched back in April, and actually the first non-Bitcoin vehicle.
Yeah.
So we launched before any of the ETH vehicles as well. So got something out of the gate first on the Solana side. But we're here to accumulate Solana and support the Solana ecosystem. So deploying our treasury on chain to help grow liquidity and ultimately bridge TradFi and DeFi, bring them together.
Yeah, I think another thing that's very, very bullish about DFDV that not everybody knows is actually the core team, right? And the core team is a very specific group of people. Now, without naming names, there are some other DATs that feel a little bit more loosey-goosey, right? Like they don't have a lot of experience in this industry. But when we look at DFDV, you guys are a bunch of killers, man. Where are you guys from? How do y'all know each other?
Yeah, so it's the Kraken cabal here. So I was at Kraken for 6.5 years. Joseph, our CEO, was at Kraken for 8.5 years. He was employee like 20 something. In fact, pretty much the entire team at one point or another worked on the Kraken strategy team. So it's even a smaller bubble. It's just the Kraken strategy alumni. And so what that's enabled us to do is really work together well and scale really quickly, because there wasn't this typical trust building period, where you put together a new team and you're kind of figuring out how to work together and everything. It's like, no, we've been through the fire before. We've worked through all sorts of different launch projects. We've been through multiple bear markets together. We've done M&A deals together. We've launched tokens together. All the things we've done together.
A to Z.
And run it back. And so I think it's really been a strategic advantage for us in being able to go fast because of that team and that cohesion. It's the team.
Yeah, I mean, so what's really interesting about this to me is that, so you're part of the ex-Kraken strategy team. You guys obviously have a very wide view of the industry. You're looking at a lot of premium assets, and yet you guys decided to settle on a sole DAT. Why?
Yeah, when we look at the landscape for an asset, there's kind of two criteria. One is long-term viability, right? So we didn't really want to pick an asset that hadn't gone through a bear market because, candidly speaking, a lot of assets don't ever recover from bear markets, right? You need an asset that is going to come back again and again, continue to make new all-time highs. And there's only a few assets that have done that and really have a strong foundation and a community that's growing. And then second off, Bitcoin's kind of already taken, right? I don't really want to go up against MicroStrategy. And so when we look at the ecosystem, obviously Bitcoin's very important. It's foundational bedrock. But in terms of where we think DeFi is going to be built, long term, we think it's primarily going to be built on Solana. And then you just look at the delta between, market caps and prices between Ethereum and Solana. Like there's a pretty big gap there.
Yeah.
And so we think from a fundamental perspective over the next 10 years, Solana is going to massively outperform. And so we wanted to obviously build a treasury business on an asset that we really, really believe in.
Yeah.
So that's why we picked Solana over anything else.
A lot of the DATs, of course, want to have exposure to DeFi, but it feels sometimes like an afterthought, right? Whereas for you guys, it's literally in the goddamn motherfucking name. So you want to tell me a little bit more about your thoughts on DeFi, the underlying philosophy behind it, and where you think your long-term, engagement with the Solana DeFi ecosystem is going to look like?
Yeah, so ultimately our mission, and this is why you look at our logo, it's a bridge, right? Ultimately our mission is to bridge TradFi and DeFi. So to bring TradFi capital into DeFi and DeFi returns into TradFi. And our ultimate goal is so that one day we don't have TradFi and DeFi, we just have finance. And so one of the ways that we do that is deploying our balance sheet on chain. But it's not just a passive deployment. It's not just, hey, we're going to stake, or even just, hey, we're going to lend out our staked SOL, our LST into some of the lending protocols. we actually increasingly are taking an active role in bootstrapping the liquidity for projects that we really believe in.
Yeah.
So what this could look like is for some very small projects that are just getting started, we might be half or 75% of the TVL to start. And of course, for that, we get rewarded, right? We get large token grants that we can then, sell off over time to accumulate more Solana, or maybe hold to, maintain exposure to the ecosystem. But in a lot of cases, protocols that have a really good idea, have a really good engineering team, have really good product chops, have really good everything. They don't have that liquidity to jumpstart that flywheel. And surprisingly, a lot of the venture funds and hedge funds that you might expect to be out there deploying liquidity, they really aren't. And so, yeah, and I don't know, I've not been a VC, so I don't know what's going on. Maybe we're just missing something glaringly obvious, but anyways, we want to be there kind of helping to kickstart things and bootstrap things. And so being very close to the builders, to the founders, being able to deploy that liquidity, provide maybe some advice, maybe help with some capital raising, whatever, but to get these projects off the ground, to ultimately create our own destiny, right? We want to see DeFi flourish and be much larger than it is today. And so we're not just going to passively sit by and hope some other people do that. We're going to do the work ourselves and help make it happen. So that's really ultimately about, or what we're about. And that's, the development in DeFi, right? We're DeFi, but we're also helping to develop that ecosystem.
I mean, let's dive a little deeper, right? You have some real solid, this isn't just talk, ladies and gentlemen. We have some real examples here. Not only do we have the DFDV Sol, right? You've launched your own LST, but also more recently, you've deposited a significant amount of your stablecoin holdings into a protocol called Perenna, which is run by our very good friend, Anna Yuan. Shout out to Perenna. The entire team is goated. They have this product called USD Star, right? So what can you tell us about, this collaboration that you have with DFDV's stablecoin allocation in the treasury and DFDV Star, USD Star?
That's right, DFDV Star.
We
maybe one day.
Rebrand DFDV Star. Anna, just an idea.
So ultimately, we've been buds with Anna for quite a while on the Perenna team, and so just kind of wanted to make it official and put a stamp on it. But ultimately, what Perenna is doing, and there's a number of these projects that are essentially what I would call, alternative stablecoin, or maybe like stable value, or kind of like alternative forms of yield that bring that yield on chain, and we really support that. And so whether that's deploying stables that we have on hand, or even borrowing some stables at a fairly low rate against our treasury balance and then depositing them to capture some kind of spread, we think this makes a lot of sense, not just from the yield perspective, but also for helping to bootstrap that liquidity. Because, if Perenna has 20 million, okay, like maybe some people will take it seriously, but if it has 200 million or 2 billion, people are going to take it a lot more seriously, and it gives them the ability to go pitch, large apps. Maybe a Robinhood could give access to their users, the USD Star. They can go start to pitch banks. And so to the extent that we can help grow TVL, we help legitimize these founders and their projects. And so that's kind of what USD Star and Perenna, the partnership that we did, was about. And we obviously would hope to see that project grow quite a bit more.
I mean, nobody can deny that Solana Foundation has a very, very important role in this ecosystem, right? Especially early days Solana, when Solana was like $8, $10, $20. I mean, they were here when no one else was, making sure that the protocols that were still building on chain were getting their fair dues and their attention, right? But also there's this argument to be made that going forward, that anybody who has a significantly large delegation of SOL and is able to accumulate it very efficiently, and then to use any yields to, let's say, redeploy back into the ecosystem, is also going to be an extremely important player to Solana's story going forward, right? So, like, kind of how do you see DFDV's positioning vis-a-vis Foundation, and or like how you guys can help be a catalyst for growing the ecosystem?
Sure. So I think, and the foundation has talked about this, like, I think ultimately the goal is for there to be many heavyweight champions for the Solana ecosystem. And in many ways, you can kind of look at what the Bitcoin community has done, where, MicroStrategy is this big champion for the ecosystem, and other early holders, whether that's Blockstream or some of these others, are very large champions for the ecosystem just because they've got a large bag, and so they want to see the thing succeed. And so in the same way, we want to be here helping to grow the ecosystem, as I've discussed quite a bit. And we have a unique lens, a unique angle that, sure, many of the things that we want to do overlap with what the foundation wants to do, and so we can kind of row together. But in some cases, we may see something that the foundation doesn't. And so, our hope is that there are, let's call it 3 to 5, maybe even up to 10 large pools of SOL that it doesn't necessarily have to be all other DATs. It could just be other businesses that do different things that hold a large position in SOL that can help move the ecosystem forward. Because in the early days, if the foundation was the only driver of access to capital, of attention, of all the things needed to launch, then if you convince them, great.
Yeah.
But if they were, yinging and you were yanging, like, sorry, tough.
Right.
And so now, if we can kind of build towards this world of multiple different centers of influence or pools of capital, then a new project, maybe even a whole new meta, can be backed by one of these centers of influence, and you can kind of have a better marketplace for ideas, marketplace for capital, marketplace for influence that we think is ultimately really good for the Solana ecosystem. And I candidly think the foundation would agree, or at least some of the people in the foundation would agree.
It's really important to have really big players with different theses.
Absolutely.
Because if everybody has the same ideas, right, then only a very small subset of ideas get funded or seeded, right?
Right.
Let's just take stablecoins as an example. I would know this just as a former stablecoin builder on Solana. There's not a lot that they can do with their stablecoin holdings. Yes, they might do some blockbuster deal with, like, let's say USDG, but more or less they play it very conservative. This is both because of some of the kind of regulatory requirements of being a foundation based out of Switzerland, and also their theses, right? And for yourself, right, like, you can afford to deposit money into Perenna because that's your mandate, is to find opportunities that make sense for you and it fits your thesis, right? So I think this is just like a really solid example of something that DFDV can do, both from kind of like a temperament and also the strategy perspective, as well as, like, you're not tethered in the same way that foundation might be,
That's right. Exactly. And we can, we can take bets, and we can, we can make investments. We can vote on projects. We don't necessarily have to have as much of a neutral stance per se. And so we can do things that they can't, and vice versa.
Yeah.
And my hope is that there are other players will, centers of influence, centers of capital will emerge that can do things that neither we nor the foundation can do.
Yeah.
And I think you're starting to see that, and you're going to see more of it. And I think it's just all good for the ecosystem.
Yeah. Okay. Well, Parker, thank you so much for your time today. I know that you're a very busy man, also super popular. But yeah, thanks so much for your time, brother.
Thanks for having me.
All right. All right, and that's a wrap, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for joining us at Breakpoint 2025. We are about to close the Soul Brothers stream. Parker, is there any last words you want to say to our streaming audience?
We've said this quite a bit, but sold at 10K.
Sold at 10K, motherfucker. Let's go.
Oh.
All right, adios. 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 Thanks, Parker. All right. That's the clip. Sold at 10K.
Sold at 10K. T5 out.
Guys, we're gonna close off the stream as well, because we're gonna move on to the next business here at Breakpoint, which is not gonna be at the main venue. So you will find us at some side events. But yeah, thanks for joining in to the live stream, and we're gonna keep posting and covering whatever happens here. But we're done for today. So yeah, thanks for tuning in. Make sure to give it a little like on the stream here, so we can get a bit more impressions. That always helps us to keep the lights on. But yeah, tuning out from Breakpoint, and we'll see you in the internet, or maybe even in real life. Peace out, guys.
Can we do 5 minutes? Oh, can we do seconds? Oh, yeah. Seconds. Yeah. Yes. Simon is the perfect. We'll do 5 minutes.
Okay, plans changed. We're going to be here for another 5 minutes. 1 second.
Thanks so much, Simon. Which one? No, well, actually, both of you, but mostly you. And also, we both. Badge or no badge?
I do know badge. I don't even know what it is. Where's my badge? But, okay, last one.
Quick one. Thank you. Doing a great job. Long day? Is it a long day? Is it? Yeah. Yeah. Are you here tomorrow and the next day too?
Have you seen my badge, Khaled? Have you seen the?
It's mine. Go take the Simon. You can be Simon.
I can be Simon. I don't know where it is. Yeah. Anyway, okay. Okay. So,
You want me to do? Tell me what to do.
I don't know what to do. We're just like, okay, you're good.
Do I move this
No, no,
thing
no,
here?
don't move it.
No, don't move it.
Don't move it. Just give it there.
Yeah.
Mic check. You good? Mic check.
Mic check. Mic check.
Mic check. Mic check. Mic check.
Mic check. Mic check.
Awesome. All right, guys, we're still live. We're still gonna cook one more up. So stay with us, and then we'll call it a day. So whenever we're live, whenever we're recording, I think yep, that looks good. So yeah, Simon, it's gonna be easy peasy, just a little bit of casual small talk between Simons, okay?
Simon and Simon. Let's
Simon
do
and
it.
Simon.
We've been
Okay.
talking about this for a long time, so I'm ready.
We actually did. Yeah, I'm happy you're here. All right, 1, 2, 3. Welcome to Soul Brothers, Solana's finest podcast with myself, Simon, and Simon.
Simon and Simon.
Simon and Simon. Today I'm joined by Super Simon, who is leading the charge at Superstream Canada and who's been an executive at MonkeyDAO since a long time, if I'm not mistaken.
About 4 years at Monkey DAO.
4
And
years.
just over a year. As
How
Superstream
old
Canada.
are you? You must be so old.
In crypto years, it feels like I'm 83.
Yeah, damn. Yeah, you did a lot. Like 4 years, did you say?
Yeah, 4 years of Monkey DAO.
That's
The-
like the inception of MonkeyDAO.
Yeah, the mint was August 3rd of 2021.
Yeah.
So I was there for the mint, and then I
Damn.
kind of became part of the leadership team around January. Later that 4 months later.
What mint was that in August? For the people that don't know the lore.
Sorry.
Yes, because there's like Gen 1, 2, 3.
I
there's
know,
like
the ones that you see everywhere, the SMB Gen 2s,
Yeah.
the pixelated monkeys, that was August 3rd, 2021.
okay, so that's kind of the core community of
Yeah.
monkeys, I would say.
Yeah, the core community, the OG community of Monkey DAO. The Monkey DAO was formed around the SMB Gen 2
I see.
NFT.
And then back then, in that August, in that year, was it kind of NFT kind of hype?
Oh, you know it was.
Yeah, I'm just
It was.
asking.
It
Some
was.
people
It
don't-
was. It was so much hype. It was
Yeah, it
so
was so
much
much
fun. It really built a lot of the foundational communities that Solana has today.
Yeah.
Through all of those mints and all those Discord chats, that slowly transitioned into a lot of IRL events, which solidified a lot of those online relationships as we were kind of coming out of COVID in 2021. I know America was a bit earlier than that, but a lot of the rest of the world kind of came out in 2020, 2021. And it kind of like when people met up in person after chatting in Discord for a long time in these NFT gated Discords, I think that really like formed these bonds of people building in the space online together and then coming together at the conferences like BREAKPOINT, like the hacker houses. And it just like created this unique situation in Solana that I think was really helped it kind of thrive today.
Right. Yeah. I mean, it is fair to say that MonkeyDAO is like one of the OG builder communities that we have. Probably the builder community on Solana, I would say. How many monkeys are there in total right now, like with all the gens?
So I think there's about 5,000 Gen 2s.
Okay, yeah.
And there's about 8,000 Gen 3s,
Okay.
which were released in 2023
Yeah.
as a
new
way
mints.
for the Monkey DAO to kind of raise funds
Okay.
to buy out the SMB IP from the original team that was running it. So now we
Right.
are a fully independent DAO,
Yeah.
community owned and community run DAO on
Pretty cool.
Solana.
It's the only one really that's functional, honestly.
Really, it is,
Yeah.
which is a good thing and also challenging in some aspects.
It is. Yeah.
Some people like to compare the Monkey DAO to other projects or other companies or other communities, and they might use it to kind of raise or lower different benchmarks of what they want to see of the community. But really, there's nothing really like it. Like we have bylaws and vote proposal processes and election cycles that are all adhered to by the board, and there's a legal aspect to it. It's like it's pretty.
How the fuck? Like, why does it work for Monkey DAO?
Oh, we can swear.
Yeah.
Okay.
Fuck that, yeah. But yeah, how does it work? Why does it work for Monkey DAO? What are some of the there's like a set of things we can pile up, but what are some of the distinct features of the Monkey DAO that make it to be as true as possible DAO that we have here?
Yeah, I think DAO in a loose sense, if you're coming from like the Ethereum world, it is kind of like a government in a way where you do have like a vote as the SMB Gen 2 holder, but you're more so voting once a year in the election cycle to vote for your board and vote for the CEO, the exec of Monkey DAO, that's Jemmy right now.
Yeah.
And then from that vote, they kind of lay out the plan and they are able to execute without too much overhead and too much kind of chaos at that point. Now, that wasn't always the case. Pretty early on, the governance structure was extremely flat and a little bit robust, and it was very, very difficult to get anything done. But through many iterations of the bylaws, which were voted on and pushed through, we kind of came to this position of like, okay, let's give some people that we trust, who have kind of put themselves forward and have submitted their plans, some operational room and some time periods to be able to execute on their plans. And from that, it's been fantastic. And then I think one thing you said to make it a bit different is also the IRL communities that have been formed through the local chapters initiative that we have. So a lot of 27 cities around the world have like kind of an official local chapter stamp by us as saying you are an active monkey community base. You kind of get together. Could be 5 monkeys in the city. It could be someplace like Singapore where they have like 130 monkeys, or Toronto where I think we have 90.
To what extent can we compare the Monkey DAO with the super team structures? Because it's kind of they're similar in a lot of ways, I feel like.
Yeah,
but also
it's
not.
Same but different. Yeah, it's I would say I think different ways I like to describe it. If I had to describe it in one sentence, would be super team is like the talent layer of Solana, whereas Monkey DAO is like the community layer of Solana. A bit more about the vibes, less about the building kind of thing.
But that's like your perception of it, or that's like the textbook definition?
That's not textbook official.
No,
No, it's
textbook.
a very, very rough draft. And also like Super Team has a different approach to kind of the events and the structure and the goals as an organization. Winning the Coliseum hackathons, founder startup support, that kind of stuff. It's a very, very fun initiative to be working and leading as Super Team Canada.
Cool. And what's your drive in all this, Simon? Like, why are you doing all these things? Like, what do you enjoy doing as part of Super Team Lead, as part of Monkey DAO Exec? And like, because it's a very unique job, honestly, that you're doing in this ecosystem here, and you seem passionate about it, so it must be true. Like, very believable, at least. Where does that come from? What keeps your lights on?
What keeps my lights on? I think that I like to help people. I get reward out of seeing somebody who maybe can't fully reach their potential and just kind of guiding them a little bit and seeing them kind of push themselves beyond where they currently are. So through all these different ecosystems, all these different communities, I've been able to do things as simple as providing a small piece of information that somebody's looking for, to able to connect them to a co-founder of the new startup, and they jive together and they create an amazing company together. And everything in between of helping people get connected, work on the brand, work on the pitch deck, come into the co-working space, come to their first Web3 event, and they just don't really know the culture of Solana or Web3 events in general, and kind of guiding them through those processes of understanding the social layer that is in Solana.
What is the most lowest hanging fruit people could expect from Simon when they ask you for help? Like, what do you think is a good ask for you? Like, because there's so many things people can ask from you, like, hey, can you help me with funding? Hey, can you, like, check my pitch deck. Like, but what is something that you actually feel like, hey, this is perfect? Like, if I get asked this question from a new motivated builder in the space, then I can really deliver some value here. Like,
yeah, I think there's many things that I can do.
Yeah.
One thing I do
What are some of the top things?
find
Yeah.
like very rewarding is, well, one, helping teams win the Coliseum Hackathon.
Cool,
I
yeah.
think that is
Just guiding it through the
3-month-long
Yeah,
experience
very guided.
of coaching and guiding an individual or teams from maybe pre-idea all the way to the grand championship of the Coliseum Hackathon.
Yeah, makes sense. Yeah.
That's like a really, really rewarding experience to see these Canadian teams win. And then another thing I'd like to do is also get people jobs or help people find the right hire for
Nice.
their company.
Yeah.
It feels so good to kind of get somebody who might be in Web 2 or they're in Web 3, but they're doing kind of piecemeal work here and there, contract work, but they get them an actual position at like an established Solana company.
Your
It's
one-man recruitment agency.
It's
That's what you
like-
Besides a lot of other
there's
things.
many people that do that. It's very rewarding for me to be able to do
And all you have to do is like connect a few people.
I
and-
just connect.
Like,
I
it's-
try to open some doors for some people. I definitely, tell people that I'm not going to do the work for you.
Yeah.
I'm not going to push you through that door.
Of course, you
The
just-
best I can do is open a group chat, open the door,
Yeah.
make a polite introduction,
Yeah.
and then hopefully you kind of have it within yourself to push yourself to the next step.
Cool. So in my example, for example, right now, I'm really curious to find more technical talent for Solana, right? So that you don't know that, now you know.
Yeah.
So it starts with making Simon aware that this is something he needs to. Yeah.
Okay.
So now you know. And then, but then you can open doors for me, like to some people that you have in mind. But then it's up to me if I convince them to join, if I, like whatever next steps I initiate, that's up to the founder.
Exactly.
Himself, right? You can't really do magic.
Yeah.
Same with investment.
I wish I
funding.
could do magic.
That would be great.
Yes.
That would be great. Anyway, we're gonna wrap it up already because all of us here have packed agendas at Breakpoint.
Yes.
You pretty much I'm pretty sure you enjoy the vibes here at Breakpoint in Abu Dhabi.
Of course.
It is really busy, really like full of people.
Yes.
Like how many Breakpoints did you do in the past?
This is my fourth breakpoint.
Fourth Breakpoint.
I
Does it compare?
missed the very, very first Lisbon breakpoint. I went to the second Lisbon breakpoint, and of course Amsterdam, Singapore, and now here in Abu Dhabi. And the vibes here today, like that opening talk by Lily and Akshay on the stage, unreal.
Damn, I
like
wish I
just the feeling, the experience they had. They had a whole video presentation ready as well.
Yeah.
The sound, the lighting was excellent.
Yeah.
Ellie, if you're watching this, you're a legend. Oh my god, you and your team and everybody involved, you're all legends.
Yeah.
Excellent, well done. So impressed.
Yeah.
I'll be talking about this for a long time, and we will be using this as like inspiration and a bit of a template for everything that we do for hosting our events in Canada.
This is like all events we ever hosted feel so little like next to this.
I
Like,
know.
like it's insane. So Solana events team, huge shout out for pulling this off. Simon, thank you so much for coming on to Soul Brothers Pod for the first time. I think really.
The first Simon and Simon.
Yeah, Simon and Simon, number one. Maybe we'll have another Simon and Simon at some day. So
let's do it.
Make sure to subscribe to Soul Brothers Pod on YouTube and check out Super Simon on Twitter. Super Simon
77 on Twitter. Yeah, Super Simon with the skeleton monkey.
Exactly. You'll find it. You'll find it. Thank you so much. Peace out, everyone. Woo! It's a wrap. It's a wrap. Okay.
Okay.
Now live stream. We're gonna wrap it up. So thank you for tuning in to the Breakpoint Superstream, and we're gonna keep posting and shit posting from Breakpoint in the next couple of days. But this has been the stream. So thank you so much. You have a good one, and peace out from the Soul Brothers.
I think just got busy.
Yeah. Actually, you were doing a lot of camera work.
Yeah, I was doing with other people and stuff like that, and you were doing your thing, and I was like, don't interview me, interview the people at the village.
Right. But I mean, we finally got you on camera, so yeah.